All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm meteorologist Taylor Canoes. Here's meteorologist Brandon Lawrence. Chief meteorologist Brad Edwards will be hopping in from time to time as well. He's scoping out the radar right now, getting the latest look at all the active weather that will be heading our way over the next several hours. We're talking everything from record warmth to insane winds to severe weather threat over the next few hours.
Yeah, this has been a challenge because we've had three major weather headlines, couldn't get one of them by themselves. Yeah. And the record warmth, which is crazy for mid-December, has sort of gone to the wayside because we've got a tornado watch now. Our severe weather risk has been really elevated since where we were yesterday.
Yeah, so let's get you up to date on what's happening right now. Tornado watch in effect until 8 p.m. early this evening for all of central Iowa and all of western Iowa. So basically, if you're watching us, there's a good chance you are under a tornado watch right now. There is that threat for tornadoes as this line of thunderstorms moves out of Nebraska into Iowa as we head into the late afternoon and the evening hours. Right now, pretty quiet in Iowa. We have had some showers up in northern Iowa. Those are clearing out of here into southern Minnesota here pretty soon. So shouldn't have really anything to worry about in central Iowa for at least the next hour. But near Brandon, out in far western Iowa, or eastern Nebraska rather, is where we have the dangerous weather currently. This is the line that has our attention, and it is producing tornadoes. It has produced at least a couple of tornadoes in Nebraska over the past couple of hours.
Yeah, it looks like 3 is the total right now, guys.
Okay, three tornadoes reported so far with this line in Nebraska. There are currently 3 tornado warnings, including near Norfolk, Nebraska, and on the northwest side of Lincoln, Nebraska. Tornado warning ongoing there.
Yeah, I think something that we could point out that's really obvious here is how quickly these storms are moving. I feel like sometimes we hear severe weather and we think that maybe a storm will last for a really long time. These are rapidly moving storms. This line will be racing into our state. And so in some cases, as quickly as it starts and comes in with a punch, it may go away.
My sister lives in south central Nebraska, so she already had this storm system pass her by. She said it rained for 5 minutes and it was in and out of there. So,
but that doesn't necessarily lessen the threat.
Right.
In fact, it's more reason to be prepared because you don't have a ton of time before that storm gets to your area.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why the National Weather Service has these gigantic warning boxes covering basically the entire line and well out ahead of it. At one point, one of these storms in the north side of this line, the warning box said the motion of the storm was 95 miles per hour, which is unheard of. I mean,
right.
We've been talking about it here. We've never seen anything like that as far as storm motion. So
it's a lot faster than we're going on a highway, at least.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Faster than you should be going.
Here's a big picture of what's going on here. So you can see the swirl around low pressure that's moving through probably southern Nebraska right now, and that's going to jog to the northeast over time here into northwest Iowa and then Minnesota, eventually the center of the low pressure. And then we have this line of storms that's developed in front of that is racing eastward. That's going to move into Iowa as we head into the next several hours here.
And you know, this has been a historic storm system already. We had wind gusts of over 100 miles per hour reported in parts of Colorado. We still have, I believe, a wall of dust literally moving across Kansas.
Half of Kansas is covered in dust, the western half of Kansas. You can see it on satellite. It's pretty
that
crazy.
is wild. And so this is, Taylor, that latest severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Really, we've seen some minor tweaks to this throughout the day, but no major shifts. We have a giant level 4 risk out for most of our area, with the exception of far southern Iowa. But we kind of mentioned to people that it doesn't matter if it's a level 3 or a level 4 risk. The risk is there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's pretty safe bet basically our entire viewing area is going to see thunderstorms at some point.
Dave, what do you got there? I can't read that.
We got a report of the Lincoln observing station 93 miles per hour.
Oh,
wow.
cow.
Not storm speed, but wind gust.
Wind gust, correct.
Wow.
Straight line wind, 93 miles per hour.
They are under a tornado warning, so maybe it's embedded within a weak
Perhaps.
tornado. But yeah.
That's okay. Well, that tells the tale right there.
So,
right?
Not to break in here, but I do have some questions that people are bringing up, so I think we should take a little bit of time to answer that. Fred asked, how bad for Ames? You know, Fred, realistically, we expect strong straight line winds to move into Ames, probably about that same time frame that we see the strong straight line winds coming through Des Moines, because it's a big line, so it should generally hit the I-35 corridor roughly at the same time.
Yeah. So generally speaking, there are 2 main threats with this line of storms. You're talking a tornado threat and a straight line wind threat. The straight line winds are already producing in excess of 90-mile-per-hour winds. That will be possible in Iowa as well with that line rolling through. That particular strength of the wind gust will not last very long, but that is a possibility for us in central Iowa. The Storm Prediction Center has been hinting at that all day as well. So there's that straight line wind threat, and then there's also a chance for tornadoes embedded in that line. We've already seen that in Nebraska, and that will continue to be a possibility, especially in this yellow highlighted area. So northern, western Iowa, you'll have the best chance at that tornado threat, but there's a chance for damaging wind gusts across all of Iowa as that line passes through.
Oh, I'd like to chime in. If they could pop up the wall for a second, guys, and that would be on max 2. If they could come to max 2 just for a second, I want to say something about these thunderstorms, if they could. Thank you very much.
Go.
Yeah, there we are. So we're all on team coverage here. Dave's here as well. These thunderstorms, you were talking about the speed of them, guys. Well, these northern ones, those are the ones that are moving up to 90, 95 miles per hour. These are headed in this direction, and I think that's where the tornado threat will be the highest moving forward, is this cluster right here. I've been watching some of the rotational elements, and they're the strongest on that part, which makes sense meteorologically. This is the fastest part of the storm, and that's where the tornado threat might be the highest, so northwest Iowa. The southern part of that storm, I was looking at the speeds, they're around 60, 65 miles per hour moving eastward, and that's what's going to be coming toward Des Moines, which puts it about 2 hours away from Des Moines, and that's about all we have. So, the clock is ticking for anybody that needs to get home or get things put away, the decorations or whatever. Less than 2 hours, it's going to be coming into central Iowa.
Brad, I think that you might be able to speak to this. Dawn asked a question that I think a lot of people have been asking. She said, I hear and see so many people saying and asking if this is a derecho or is it derecho caliber. A lot of people have those fears from August 2020, but it's not the same setup here.
It's not as organized, and a derecho lasts for, it has to go for 250 miles long, I think.
Yeah, roughly.
And it really has a cold pool of air behind it that it generates itself. This is really just a strong low pressure system generating all of this. That derecho was in and of itself a cluster, an organized area of thunderstorms. This is just following basically the synoptic meteorology, let's say. It's got a giant area of low pressure, it's got a powerful jet stream, and that's what's generating all of this wind. And embedded on this line, you'll probably have thunderstorm winds along this line, but it's not the same as a derecho. It's kind of like a derecho, but it's not a derecho. But there could be winds, right guys, up to 90 miles per hour with this.
Yeah.
So some areas could get impacted as if it were a derecho.
Yeah, I guess bottom line is we have to talk about what are the impacts, and while the peak gusts of this round probably won't be to the extent they were last August with that derecho, we are going to see widespread damaging wind gusts. That is pretty likely for central Iowa, so there could be substantial damage, power outages in central Iowa. Maybe not to the extent of last summer, but there will be impacts. I would plan for there to be power outages in central Iowa moving forward here.
You and I talked about this morning too. As long as you've got a plan for severe weather and you have taken the precautions that we've suggested, that should make you feel pretty good. It's understandable that there's some anxiety out there regarding severe weather, and I think even as meteorologists, we get anxious a little bit too. But if we're prepared, that's the best thing we can do. And like I said, as quickly as this rolls through, we will be on the back side of it. So
yeah, let's get through
walk
Futurecast
through it
here.
now.
All right, so 5 p.m. is the freeze frame right here. It's across the Missouri River. It's beginning to enter our western counties. So if you live in Carroll, Audubon, Atlantic, I would be home within the next 45 minutes or so, or in your safe place, wherever you're going to be, right? For Des Moines, it's probably not going to get to the metro until maybe closer to 6 o'clock or so. So if you want to play it safe, be home by 5 in Des Moines and Ames. And then we'll see that rush of wind and that brief burst of rainfall and thunderstorms pass through I-35 at that point. You get toward Newton, Marshalltown, probably closer to 7 o'clock or so. Same story for Grinnell. This is out of central Iowa probably by 8 o'clock this evening.
Our first warnings for western Iowa have been issued, severe thunderstorm warnings now.
Okay.
Yeah. Like we mentioned, they're giving. They're pushing the warnings way ahead of the line because it's moving so quickly. So, Council Bluffs is included in this severe thunderstorm warning. We're likely going to have a wall of severe thunderstorm warnings across our whole area.
Dave, can you check what is the end time on that severe thunderstorm warning? The one for western Iowa. Yeah.
Western Iowa, yeah.
4:45.
So that is an hour from where we are right now, and that really gives us a good view. Typically, they only issue severe thunderstorm warnings for 30 to 45 minutes out, but they're getting ahead of this. And so when those storms eventually reach the I-29 corridor and they're on the Nebraska-Iowa border, we will see a new warning probably pop up for maybe Audubon and Cass County, just again so that everybody has that preemptive lead time.
Yep. Yeah, I'd say 5:30 to 6 is when I think we're going to be hitting the metro or coming in.
Yep.
And you see that destructive tag, they're saying 80+ mile per hour wind gusts.
Okay, 80
Which-
mile per hour wind gusts possible, including Omaha. So, yeah, I mean, that's realistically what we could see here in Des Moines as well when that rolls our way.
That's also a good reminder that new, as of just a few months ago, the wireless emergency alerts on your phone will sound for a storm that has 80 mile per hour wind gusts or higher. I'm talking about the one that goes off if there's a tornado warning, a flash flood warning, or an Amber Alert when there's a child abduction and it's really loud on your phone, you will get alerted to that wind event too.
Now, along with the wind gusts we will likely see along that line of thunderstorms, we just have generally windy conditions across all of Iowa right now. These are our peak wind gusts we have seen so far today, up to 56 miles per hour in Lamoni and 54 miles per hour in Ottumwa. They are only going to increase as we move into the late afternoon. So these are the latest wind gusts we are seeing across Iowa. They are stronger to the south and not as bad up north, but everyone will experience very gusty winds at one point or another between now and the end of the day today and throughout the night as well. There are going to be a couple of times when these gusts peak. The first round will be when that line of storms rolls through. So you see the purple there, that's the line of storms and associated with it. And then a second surge of wind gusts behind that line is expected maybe around mid-evening, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock or so. Those gusts not associated with the thunderstorms could get up to 60 to 70 miles per hour on their own. So we'll have that first wave of destructive wind with the thunderstorms, and then non-thunderstorm wind gusts could be damaging on their own right as well, and it will stay pretty windy throughout the night as well. So that's why we have high wind warnings that will continue until midnight tonight for most of us. Up north, that lasts until 3 a.m. Early on Thursday. So lots of track. And then, by the way, it's record warm outside, right?
By the way, it's way warmer and way more muggy than it should be on December 15th. We are at 73 right now, Taylor. I believe we got to 74 in Des Moines,
Yes.
which is more than I thought 72. I was like, surely that's where it'll stop. No, Mother Nature had other plans. So by the way, just to put into perspective how wacky this storm system is, the all-time record high for the state of Iowa in the month of December, the warmest temperature that we've ever seen in Iowa that we know of in the month of December, that record was broken today by a couple of degrees.
Grinnell got to 75 at one point. The old record
76.
was 76, okay.
Yeah.
The old record was 74. Set back in the 1930s, I think that's when it was. But
I think it was 39.
yeah.
I'm looking at highs across the state. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 75s, 9. So
wow.
A lot of people hit 75.
spot, yeah.
Somebody might come in with 76, but Vinton has 76.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
It was that general zone then, because Grinnell and Vinton aren't that far apart. Just absolutely absurd warmth. One thing we should mention, because this will catch a lot of folks off guard, and we are all about preparation here today. You were talking about those winds, and I see you're starting to advance into it. Those secondary winds that come after the line of storms, that's a strong cold front moving in. It's going to be below freezing when you get up tomorrow morning.
Comes the wall of wind and cold.
Yeah, so tomorrow morning will feel like what December should feel like. We'll be down to about 28, 29 for most of central Iowa. It will not be 60 mile per hour wind gusts, but it will still be breezy tomorrow morning. So I would think wind chills probably upper teens, low 20s at least. Yeah,
So,
after 70, mid 70s.
Yeah, no. I had the windows down at lunchtime today, and heavy coat weather tomorrow morning for some of you. So
I think we're trying to crank on the AC in the building a little bit today because it started getting really warm in here. And I think before we leave, we're going to have to make sure that gets flipped back to heat because it will be really chilly tomorrow morning. Let's see.
yeah, I'm gonna Why don't you look at a couple questions?
Yeah.
The graphics back up here.
Anna said, we are in northwest Iowa. What direction will the winds be blowing in Spencer when the line of storms come through? So Anna, those winds will be shifting throughout the evening. Initially, they'll be coming out of the west and southwest as the line moves through. But then behind the line, when we get those stronger wind gusts that come in later on, those will also be coming out of the west, maybe the west-northwest when we get into the late evening hours, and that will signal the arrival of that cold front. Let's see. Carl said middle of December in Iowa, time to make a snowman, a leaf man. Yeah. I will say this, we haven't had time to chat about it yet. Our prospects of a white Christmas don't look good. If that's what you were gunning for this year, I don't think we're going to see that. I will continue just chatting a little bit while we're here on Facebook Live, and we've got so many people joining us about the severe weather that we are seeing. And where you see these pink polygons that are popping up, that is confirmed tornado activity.
Yeah, so that's something new we've added to our system over the past year or so we can distinguish between radar indicated tornadoes that we highlight in red and then confirmed tornadoes. Whether that's radar confirmed or visually confirmed that there is a tornado.
Early on now, we're up to 4 in Nebraska.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. So that threat will continue, especially for the northwest part of the state as we roll through the next few hours.
I don't know, Dave, could you zoom out a little bit on this radar image for us? What I kind of want to show is
confirmed down in.
Oh wow! I wasn't even thinking about that near Wahoo. Yeah, that's right near the Omaha radar site too.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to point out here is similar to what we were expecting from our radar. We're starting to see part of this line of storms bowing out a little bit, and it's sort of going to rotate around the low, which is just a fancy way of saying there may be parts of the line that stick out a little bit farther than others as this moves across our state. And that's another area where we have to watch for the potential for tornadoes. There's kind of two setups here. We watch for those, we call them inflow notches, which is essentially little breaks in that line where the wind can get wrapped up inside of it. But then we also have to look for those bowing segments too.
Yeah, so for the tornadoes in this, it's kind of tough to figure out where the rotation is because there could be so many areas that are rotating, but you kind of look for little notches like that right there. That's that Dave is pointing out. That's likely where a tornado is occurring or recently did occur. You see just kind of that little curl right there. So you get these little kinks in the line.
It looks like that tornado west of Omaha might go toward the Utan area. Does anybody know about the Utan?
Taylor's a Nebraska guy.
Yeah, Utan. It's on the west, west side of Omaha.
Yeah. I mean that's.
Is that a little debris signature near Marble?
Can you pause it?
Yeah.
It's kind of minor, but it is there.
Yeah. So this right here is something we might show you later this evening, hopefully not, but this is a product with the radar that can scan, when you have variable sizes of whatever it's scanning, it shows a little bit of a green or a blue color within the red. That can be a sign of where we can find debris on the radar. So this is just another recent tool that's come out for us meteorologists, and they can be really helpful to find where a tornado might be occurring. Yeah. So
northeast at 75, that tornado.
Wow. That's so quick for these kinds of storms.
That fast, yeah.
Another thing I would like to point out, just as we continue to talk about all the different possibilities here, this is a little bit unique in that all of these storms will be arriving in our area after the sun is down. That is a component that sometimes in the summer we don't deal with as much because the sun is either setting, it's set so much later in the summer, but sunset right now is, what are we at, 4:30, 4:40, something like that. So all of these are going to come through when it's dark outside. That automatically makes me a little bit more concerned because I don't want people going out and trying to spot or look and find what they can see.
There are storm chasers that are attempting to chase this line, and I don't know why, because they're moving so fast. It's a lost cause, and then it's going to be dark on top of that. So don't get any ideas at all.
I think all four of us have done some chasing at some point, and realistically, I don't know that I would chase.
I wouldn't.
No.
So pick a spot and watch.
Yeah,
sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right. Because not only is it dark outside, but then you also have the fact that they're moving so quickly.
Yeah.
And, Iowa roads, you have to start zigzagging in on some of our more rural roads, and that can become a big problem.
Yeah.
I mean, if this happened during the summer, 7, 8 o'clock, we still have sunlight.
Right.
But
yeah.
in the summer,
All right, so what you should do between now and the time the storms arrive: secure loose items that are outside, lawn furniture, Christmas decorations. I mean, those could easily go flying if they have not already.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, Santa could be halfway to Easter if you don't take that inflatable down.
That's right. Yep.
Trash, all the trash bins, the recycle bins.
Trash bins.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
yep. It's
Anything
trash
you
day.
want to keep.
Yeah, basically. Prepare for power outages. I would be surprised if there are not at least some power outages in central Iowa
Already
at some point.
1,000 into one.
I was going to say we already had that report from the Metro. A couple of people said on the Facebook Live that they had their power flickering in Newton.
Wow.
And that can just be from the strong wind we already have. So with that, I would love to remind you that if your power goes out and you lose us on TV, you can still watch us. Use your phone. We've got Facebook Live going when we're doing a live stream. We've also got our We Are Iowa app that's free. We're live streaming there. So plug in your phone right now and let it charge.
Yeah.
Because that way, if you lose power, you can hop on the app, hop on Facebook Live using your data. You'll have to turn your Wi-Fi off at home, and you can watch us. Brad, I know you wanted to point something out.
We
Look
have
at all the
5
lightning.
tornadoes now, guys.
5 tornadoes.
Five tornadoes in Nebraska.
And again, this is the middle of these are the shortest days of the year. It's the middle of winter, sort of.
Right.
I mean, it's never happened before. We haven't seen tornado outbreak in this area ever. Since 1950, anyway.
Somebody brought up a really good question to me yesterday, too, and Taylor and I were kind of racking our brain about it a little bit. You know, Minnesota is also under a threat for severe weather tonight. There's still snow on the ground in some of those areas. And yes, a tornado can occur if there is snow on the ground. It won't really change how the tornado operates or moves about, but that's a wacky setup. I do believe all the snow in northwest Iowa, like Algona, that's
Probably
pretty much
melted
gone.
today. Yeah, because we had warm air all the way up, and I don't know what Minneapolis got to. I could check that real quick, but they were probably in the mid 60s today. Let me check that real quick.
And it was above freezing overnight in northern Iowa,
warm,
so that sometimes when you're above 32 at night, that's when you get your rapid melting.
just south of Minneapolis, mid 60s.
Yeah, and I've heard they've had a lot of fog up there today because of all the melting snow.
Yeah. And people might be wondering why the ground was wet today, because our ground was cold, and it was basically the humidity from the air. The dew points are high. The humidity from the air was condensing on the ground. It looked like it had rained this morning, but it was just the dew on the ground.
Yeah, when I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes this morning at like 1:45 when I was leaving to come to work, I walked outside and I was like, gosh, the pavement's wet. It must have, and I thought there might have been a little drizzle or something overnight. That happens. And
But it was condensation.
It was still damp out there
condensation.
this afternoon.
Yeah, and there were like little puddles almost that formed. But I think, yes, the point to drive home there is if you lose power, we will still be here for you as long as we've got power, which I hope will be the entire time. And even then, we'll find a way to get you some information. You can follow us all through the evening. We are probably going to wrap up this Facebook Live here in just a few minutes. However, you should monitor our website and monitor our Facebook page, because throughout the evening, there will be a continuous live stream going.
It's going to be this link right here, actually. We're going to keep this just rolling, and then when we cut back in on TV, this stream will have that footage as well. So
excellent. Yeah, so you'll be able to keep this up in the background. We're not going to be talking over it here necessarily, but as soon as something does pop up in our area, this is a wonderful opportunity for us to reach you this way as well. So with that, I think, are we done? We feel pretty good. Everybody, obviously stay safe. That is the most important thing here tonight. We've already had, you said 5 tornadoes in Nebraska?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't mean we will see the same number in Iowa. However, we have to prepare for that possibility and just know that we could have a very quick moving line that could pack a lot of punch as it moves through, and we will get through that.
Be safe, everyone. If you have a plan, you're going to be okay. All right?
Yeah.
Just be safe, and we'll keep you updated throughout the afternoon and later on tonight as well.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for watching Local 5. We are going to be very busy tonight. Thunderstorms coming into Iowa. Already severe thunderstorms, already tornadoes. We've had at least 5 tornadoes and maybe more in Nebraska, eastern Nebraska. It's all crossing the border now, coming into Iowa. We even got a tornado warning down here, not too far from Red Oak, just to the west of that. Now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. They're basically issuing large warnings now because they're moving so fast, and the whole line has the potential to be severe. If we could zoom out just a little bit more on this, Taylor, you can see there's a lot of warnings along there. That magenta color you see, that is where the tornado has definitely been spotted, with this one just north west of Omaha. So there's going to be a lot of severe weather. Now, all these red boxes are tornado warnings, these polygons coming through, and it's all moving into Iowa right now, Taylor. And this line is moving, I think, at 65 miles per hour. What do you got?
Yeah, let me pop up here the information on this. This is moving at 70 miles per hour to the northeast.
Yeah, so this whole line is coming in at 70 miles per hour. So it looks like it will probably arrive in Des Moines before 6. I think between 5:30 and 6, this line is going to be coming into central Iowa, and it's probably going to be packing the same type of weather. We got high winds, we've got the possibility of tornadoes, and it's going to blow through very, very quickly. So you've been warned all day. We've had windy weather all day, but this is a wind that could be even worse. There's that tornado watch, which goes until 8 o'clock. Once this line passes, though, the threat for tornadoes is over. You can see Futurecast here. This line of thunderstorms coming into Carroll right now, and or the next hour or so. And then by Fort Dodge, we're looking at 6 p.m. here, and that thunderstorm line will continue to move eastward here. I think it'll probably be a little faster than what we're showing here. The model might be a little bit behind that. Once this line passes, though, it's just cold, windy weather the rest of the night. No more severe weather, but we got to get through tonight, and it's going to be a very, very active night for us. The winds are still gusting. The latest wind gust in Lamoni up to 60 miles per hour, and we are likely to see higher winds than that, even outside of thunderstorms, Taylor. I mean, the potential is there for maybe up to 70.
Yeah, so we're going to have 2 surges of really strong winds. This first one is going to be along the line of thunderstorms moving into western Iowa right now. Along that line of thunderstorms, it is possible that we could see wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour. There have already been recorded gusts that strong in eastern Nebraska. So that will be the initial surge. We'll get a brief break when that line passes through, and then a secondary surge of strong wind gusts is expected as we head into the mid to late evening. If we can actually take Max 2 full screen, we'll show you our Futurecast wind gusts. Thank you very much. So here's line 1 moving through there during the early evening hours, and then a secondary wave of strong wind gusts. That secondary wave could be up to 70 miles per hour as that moves through in the mid to late evening hours. Again, those secondary wind gusts behind the initial line could be up to 70 miles per hour strong. So for that reason, we have a high wind warning across the wide majority of Iowa in effect until midnight tonight. And as we head into tomorrow morning, we'll gradually see the wind subside, but still it will be breezy and a whole lot colder tomorrow morning, Brad, as well.
Yeah. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to try to get you back to your programming. We are going to monitor this. It's not in our viewing area yet, but we wanted to alert you that it will be very, very soon. We have warnings out for you folks in Atlantic and Audubon and Carroll, and these thunderstorms will be arriving very quickly here, probably within the hour and maybe 45 minutes out. So they're moving very, very quickly for you folks, and they will be moving in. We will continue to watch it closely. We will be covering these storms all through the evening hours, so you can count on Local 5 for the latest weather information. Right now, we'll get you back to your regularly scheduled program, which is Dr. Phil. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Local 5 Chief Meteorologist Brad Edwards. We have team coverage of the severe weather moving into Iowa right now. Our latest warning is this tornado warning for Cass County. And it's until 5 o'clock. These storms are moving very quickly, up to 70 miles per hour. Unheard of, really. And the tornado right now is just south of the Oakland area. You can see it right here around Carson. And we will take maybe a look at the velocity there. You can see that rotation here with inbound and outbound winds coming in. That is a strong, very strong area of rotation. And it's heading right into Cass County very, very quickly. So you folks in Cass County, Atlantic, and Anita, you're all in the path of this storm. And again, it's moving very, very quickly. There's the information for you. And because you see that pink color, that magenta there, that means it's observed. It's an observed tornado. We have another one here in Harlan County. That is another tornado warning. We have Taylor over at the Weather Center. We got Brandon at the weather wall, and we've got Dave Downey here as well. So let's go over to you, Taylor.
All right, so I've put the track out there, as you can see there, on the potential timing of this storm. It is moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. All of these storms that are going to race across Iowa are going to move really at an unprecedented speed. We have not seen storm speeds this strong really ever as far as any of us have been working in weather. So again, here is your track, and Atlantic, it looks like near or probably right around 5 o'clock is when we could see this area of rotation get close to town for your location. Down the line, if this particular storm were to hold together, we would be concerned about potential tornado near Guthrie Center and then maybe perhaps near Perry. But again, these are going to be kind of evolving over time. So they might have one area of rotation in one spot and then a different area pops up with a different area of rotation. Much of this line that's moving into western Iowa has a lot of kinks in it that could create rotation and drop down tornadoes. In Nebraska, this line has a history of producing at least 5 tornadoes and straight line wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour, Brad. So this is a serious system that's living up to the hype.
And let's go ahead and put Shear Tracker on there as well, because that'll really define it. And we'll bring Brandon into the equation here, and he can kind of point those areas out. But definitely, this whole line has the potential to produce tornadoes tonight. And we're going to put the Shear Tracker up, and you can see these are the pockets of rotation, very strong areas of rotation there, just to the southeast of Carson here. And that'll be heading right into Cass County. So heading into the Griswold area, there's Highway 6. Here's Highway 92, and it's going to be crossing that, moving at 80 miles per hour to the northeast, heading into Cass County. And if we zoom on out, there's other pockets there as well. You can see further to the north. This is the strongest one, and this is the one that's confirmed to have a tornado, and maybe also that one near Neola is also confirmed. But it's going to be a very active night as these thunderstorms roll on in. You can see that warning. Hail size is not important, but the wind speed, 80 miles per hour possible with that. So we've got winds, we've got tornadoes. It's not a hail threat right now, but we're looking at winds and tornadoes moving into western Iowa. Of course, the whole area is under a tornado watch. We had that issued earlier. We knew it was going to be this kind of a night, and it's not letting us down. So let's head over to Brandon. What do you got new for us over there?
Yeah, at this point, Brad, we're of course keeping an eye on this line of storms as it passes through. I would love to take the radar there again, Taylor, if we can. Of course, we've got the tornado watch in effect, but this is our first tornado warning of the evening that has been issued for our area. There have already been numerous tornado warnings in Nebraska, several in far western Iowa. And so here is the situation right now. We have 2 of these pink polygons in western Iowa, and that is where we have a confirmed or an observed tornado. And that includes the first warning for our immediate area. That's Cass County, and it goes until 5 o'clock. Taylor, would we want to zoom in and try to put a track on this? The challenge that we will have is that these storms are racing rapidly to the east. So when we put these tracks on them, we have to go at a really high speed to get an idea of how quickly that storm will be moving and also who will be in the path of that at this point.
Yeah, so moving northeast at 80 miles per hour, I mean, we're talking pretty ridiculous speed here, but that gives you an idea of how quickly it's going to get to central Iowa.
Yeah, so an arrival time, it is now 4:43, an arrival time at about 5 o'clock in the city of Atlantic. The warning is out now to give you enough advance notice, enough lead time. About 5:48 in Perry, and that is assuming that that part of the storm holds itself together for that long. And then we'll be looking at Madrid, Fort Dodge, and Eagle Grove. Notice Eagle Grove could be 6:32. That's not that far away. That's how quickly these storms will be going. So if you are in Cass County, you need to go ahead and be in that safe place. Remember, in a tornado situation, the safest place for you to be is the lowest floor of your home, of whatever building you're in, away from windows and doors. and of course put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible.
We've already had 3 tornadoes confirmed in Woodbury County. I think it was the same storm. It looks like, looking at the track of these tornadoes, 3 of them formed in that area. Now here's Futurecast that he's going to show you. I think you see that line's going to be coming toward the Des Moines area as we go through the night. I think it's probably going to be here maybe a little bit before 6 o'clock. So you have a few moments to prepare in the metro to bring things in or to alert your loved ones. Everybody should be in their safe place. It's a very dangerous situation. You really can't hide from this line because the line is going to affect everybody in central Iowa. We have the possibility of having severe weather with straight line winds from thunderstorms. We have the possibility of tornadoes, and we have the possibility of just the wind behind it. Even after it goes past tonight, we're going to have winds that could cause more power outages. So you might plan ahead, get the flashlight ready, get things ready, get the phone charged up because you may lose power tonight in some areas out there. Let's go back to the radar again. I said we've had 3 tornadoes in Woodbury County up here in northwest Iowa, and this one is confirmed as well, so that would probably make for 4 at least so far in Iowa. And it's coming into Cass County very rapidly here, and you can see that area of thunderstorms right here. That rotation is probably right in this area between Griswold and Hancock, and it's coming toward the Lewis area, and it's going to be probably coming close, especially the south side of Atlantic, depending on that, but it could get very close to Atlantic. Let's put a loop on that and see how that is moving, but it looks like it's probably coming, maybe moving far enough to the north to get really close to Atlantic. You think it'll pass south of Atlantic there, Taylor?
Yeah, it's, let me go back a frame or two here. It's going to be awfully close. If anything, maybe the south side. But yeah, it will be awfully close to Atlantic. If you live in Atlantic, get to your safe shelter immediately. As we mentioned, these are racing quickly. So even though it may not even be raining in Atlantic right now, it's going to go from nothing to a whole lot of activity very quickly there.
Let's bring Dave Downey in. Dave, you're monitoring some of the social media and reports out there. What have you seen coming out of that area?
Yeah, Brad, we got a new tornado warning for Crawford County, obviously out of our viewing area. But now, I mean, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 different tornado warnings in Iowa right now. Of course, there's only the one in Cass County that's in our viewing area, Shelby County as well. That is just obviously to the west of us. But this is, as we kind of knew, a very active night, and the storms are probably 45 to an hour away from the metro?
Yeah, at least. I think about an hour away or so. Well, yeah, probably 45. You're right. They are moving at up to 80 miles per hour coming out of the southwest, moving northeast. And we ready to go back to you, Brandon?
Yeah, I was going to say we should, as this circulation now that we're seeing here for Cass County. Taylor, let's zoom all the way in as it moves into the county right now, and you might want to draw those arrows that you had again, and we can pinpoint exactly who is in the path and what highways and streets should be on guard for this. So where Taylor is drawing arrows right now is where we have that circulation. That is right there on the border of Cass County moving into the county. So if you are in the Griswold community, you're in Lewis, or you're in Atlantic, you need to be in that safe place at this point. You should have already been there, but you want to be there right now. We're looking at State Highway 48, US Highway 6, and all the way up into the city of Atlantic. This pink polygon represents that observed tornado. Obviously, this is in a bit of a rural area, but we know that it will be moving towards Atlantic and eventually Wyoda and Anita, and we expect at some point within the next 30 minutes or so, it'll be approaching the I-80 corridor, and we are going to be watching these as they race in. Taylor is also pulling up a look at our velocity here. We use velocity to determine where we may have inbound and outbound winds. The tighter those come together, the more likely we see that circulation and that there could be indications of a tornado. We are seeing some of that rotation right now, Taylor, along Highway 6 there.
Just north of Griswold. Right?
Real quick, National Weather Service in Des Moines does say confirmed tornado located 8 miles northwest of Griswold, moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. They're saying it's heading towards Marne in Cass County. So that is just west-northwest of Atlantic. That's from the Weather Service.
Yep. So this is the town of Marne right here north of Highway 83, and this is likely where that tornado would be. So Marne and anybody who lives in Cass County along the I-80 corridor there, because it's going to pass right up to I-80. Of course, Atlantic, you should be in that safe place as well. Dave said 80-mile-per-hour speed of this storm. So we have an observed tornado here, and it's moving incredibly fast to the northeast. Anybody in Cass County, it doesn't matter what part of the county you're in, I'd like for you to be in that safe place.
All right, well, let's talk big picture here beyond Cass County here. We have this whole line that is surging into western Iowa right now. If you do not have a tornado warning in your location, you may be under severe thunderstorm warning from Adams County up to Audubon County, western parts of Guthrie County, and much of Carroll County, including Carroll. So you might be thinking, what's expected for your location? This whole line could produce damaging straight line winds up to 90 miles per hour. It already did that in Lincoln, Nebraska about, 30 minutes to an hour ago, and that potential strength of wind is possible. So even if you are not in a threat for a tornado necessarily, you still could see damaging straight line winds that could cause some damage, knock out power, knock tree limbs down. All of that is on the table as this line pushes into our western counties here. So there's kind of a twofold event here as far as severe weather is concerned. The tornado threat, and then on top of that, widespread damaging wind is expected for much, if not all of our area as we roll through the next few hours here.
I'm noticing power outages already in western Iowa. They're up to looks like almost 500 outages in Monona County alone. So that's an area that's been hit hard already. In central Iowa, we do have some outages as well. And these have been happening all day, guys. So the Des Moines area reporting about 895 people without power just from the winds we've had today. And those winds have been close to 50, but they're going to get stronger just from the wind itself. Now, taking a look at this thunderstorm again, it is packing a punch coming into the Atlantic area, Cass County. So you folks, again, seek shelter, stay in your shelter till the storm passes. And these will pass very quickly. They're moving up to 80 miles per hour. So it's going to be it's maybe 10 minutes it's going to be around, and it's going to pass through. You can see it's already knocking on the door here at Atlantic, moving very, very quickly. So if we could put up again...
Brad, really quick,
yeah.
I'm going to cut you off. The National Weather Service has put out a big statement saying anybody in Atlantic absolutely needs to be in shelter now because of 80-mile-per-hour winds. So not only the speed of this, not only the tornado, but the intense winds that are coming in. If you're watching us in central Cass County, hopefully you're watching us from your basement or that secure location.
And the sirens should be going off, too.
The sirens, right. So the city of Atlantic, right in the path of this.
Okay, we have an outage map up right now, and this is going to be a problem for a lot of areas. We can put that outage map. But there's that warning again. You folks in Cass County and Atlantic especially, seek shelter immediately. Here are the outages right now, and we're going to continue to monitor this, but this is going to get worse before it gets better across the area. And well, let's go back to the radar now. And Taylor, what do you got over there?
Yeah, I'm just seeing Pottawatomie County has 2,200 without power there, and that looks to be the county most affected in Iowa at the moment. So they've taken the brunt of this strong line of storms. Again, this is a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado with this system here that is now moving into Cass County, Atlantic. Everyone in Atlantic and in Marne needs to be in their safe shelter immediately. This storm, the area of rotation, is heading toward that general direction and will be there momentarily. So if there is a tornado still on the ground, it is likely in extreme western parts of Cass County, racing to the northeast at 80 miles per hour. So this is a quickly evolving situation as these storms continue to race to the northeast. We have our latest scan there. It is pretty sloppy on radar, and that's kind of how these will be. But within this whole line of storms, you're going to have these little kinks in the line that you can get quick rotation to develop, and that might be near Atlantic right now.
And I know shear vision does lag a little bit, but it does clearly show the viewers where that tornado was, if not anything else. So if we show that shear vision, again, that's the track of this rotation. It basically this is just tracking the rotational element of the storm, and you can see it southwest of Atlantic, and it's moving right up into Atlantic in that area. Now, according to this, it's weakened, but we're not going to certainly let our guard down because it's also a very big storm with a lot of wind in it too. So wind and a tornado threat. Tornado warning continued. Tornado was on the ground earlier, again in Pottawatomie County.
Real quick, I just want to point you guys at kind of the larger view. If we can take Max 1, there are 3 confirmed tornado warnings. Cass County, Shelby County, Crawford County, all 3 of those pink boxes you see there, those are all confirmed tornadoes by the National Weather Service. Probably radar indicated, definitely some couplets like what we saw in the Velocity product, but 3 up and down right there.
And it should be in our western viewing area probably within an hour, guys.
There's a new tornado warning.
We have a new tornado warning right here.
Let's zoom into that.
That includes Audubon County, parts of Guthrie County, extreme northwest parts of Adair County. That does include the town of Adair.
It's that rotation is very close to Atlantic, guys. I'm looking at the GR analyst, and it's right there coming into Atlantic. So
can we zoom in really close on Atlantic?
Go Atlantic street level. It is, and we can put a velocity scope on that. But there is definitely, it looks like a tornado signature coming into the city of Atlantic right now.
And production, can we pop up Max 2, please? Max 2.
Thank you
very much.
All right, and we
Why
can
don't you
come
pop
over
up
to
Brandon on the video wall?
Yeah, we can come over this way so we can zoom in right here on the city of Atlantic. So where that circulation is essentially right here bearing in on the city of Atlantic. And we don't know that there's necessarily a tornado right there in town, but we know that, of course, it's in this area. And when we zoom in this far, we kind of get a more distorted view of our velocity. But just seeing some of these different shades come together is enough to indicate some really strong winds or the potential rotation there. Of course, anybody in the city of Atlantic, this is right on top of you at this point, and you need to stay in that safe place until this storm passes. And I want to give a call out to anybody near US Highway 6. This is where we are seeing that rotation pop up right there. Taylor, we could see it pretty well right there.
I went back there a second, but yeah, it looked
It was
like
popping up right near north of town.
Yeah, yep. So
and of course, anybody in the path of that. So Highway 6, Laura, and again, as I was saying, I-80. And eventually, because that new tornado warning was issued, you said it was Audubon, Guthrie, and the extreme northwest corner of Adair County. So we're talking, essentially, if you live just to the west of Casey, we're talking about Exira. We're even talking about Guthrie Center and Panora, the south side of Audubon. Even though this storm is not to you yet, it's on the way. If you are in any of those areas inside of this red polygon, you are in Audubon or Guthrie County or the northwestern corner of Adair County, you should be in shelter at this point because we said this storm is moving about 80 miles per hour. It will not take long to get to your area.
All right, so here's the specifics on this new tornado warning. At 4:52, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Atlantic, moving northeast at 75 miles per hour. So that warning is in effect until 5:45 this late afternoon. That includes Cass County, Audubon County, southwest parts of Guthrie County, extreme northwest Adair County. That includes a good chunk of the I-80 corridor, including Adair. Guthrie Center, not in that warning, but you're close. And if this storm holds its strength, it will affect your area probably close to 5:45 or so.
I'm looking at the correlation coefficient, the CC factor here, and there might be some debris off to the west of Atlantic. I don't know if you guys can look at that and confirm that, but it looks like a higher signature there. There may be something in the air there, so I'm a little concerned. It looked like the tornado, if it's on the ground, might have passed to the west of Atlantic, but it's a dangerous storm in Cass County.
Let me put the debris scope on here.
That would be just east, by the way, of Marnie. We had a wonderful viewer who reminded us that this is pronounced Marnie. But yeah, I see where you're seeing that just a tiny bit of a signature there. What Brad's pointing out is where we have these greens and yellows and whites. That is north of Atlantic. And so really we're looking at State Highway 173 just to the east of Marnie, north of Atlantic.
And that product we were showing, basically looking for things that are not rain, not hail, looking for things that don't belong in the atmosphere.
Exactly.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, anything that might be lofted up. And now we are getting a long track on this because we know it's moving so rapidly. So let's call out who's next in the path of this storm and potential tornado. At 5:13, we're looking at an arrival in Exira, 5:35 in Guthrie Center, about 6:03 in Perry, 6:24 in Boone, and close to 6:40 in Fort Dodge. Can I confirm that the storm will hold together that same way and make it all the way to Fort Dodge? No, not yet. However, these are moving so quickly, and I don't anticipate them losing a lot of strength, so we know that those areas are going to be affected. And Taylor is zooming out here, and my goodness, Taylor, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, is it 4 observed tornado warnings or 5? And 3 other tornado warnings too.
Four tornado.
Wow.
Yeah.
And some confirmed on the ground. So and this is moving. The next warnings we see, guys, are going to be Dallas County, Madison County, Jefferson, or Greene County. So it's going to be moving right into central Iowa here within the next 30 minutes.
And I would like to just reiterate that, we will be with this throughout the evening.
Exactly.
As long as there's a tornado warning in effect, we will be on the air and on our website, weareiowa.com. Our goal tonight, the reason we have all the meteorologists here, is to keep you and your family safe and informed. Normally, we would be prepping for our 5 o'clock news. It does not look like that's going to happen as planned, and we are going to be in this continuous weather coverage as long as the threat is there.
Yeah, we have 3 confirmed tornadoes on the ground at last report in western Iowa, and we expect more as they come into central Iowa. This is not over by a long shot.
Some word from the DOT, I-80 westbound at mile marker 38, both lanes blocked due to a jackknifed vehicle. So that's probably pretty close to where the tornado warned storm is, or at least one of these storms right around I-80, probably around that border of Audubon and Atlantic counties, or in Cass County, excuse me. So yeah, this storm is packing a punch. It has some heavy rain with it as well. I'm going to see if there's any hail associated with this. Hail is not a big threat with any of these storms, but it is possible that we perhaps see a little bit of that. And does not look like, well, maybe a little bit there.
Yeah, a little bit of hail.
Let's see. Yeah. So
yeah, hail's not a big concern. There you go. Yeah, we're not really concerned about hail. These are fairly low top thunderstorms, and the conditions just aren't right to produce that hail. But wind, you betcha, we're going to have wind. When anytime you have a thunderstorm moving, the movement of a thunderstorm is at 80 miles per hour. You can just say, okay, it can produce winds of at least 80 miles per hour. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like close to 90 from some of these storms, unfortunately.
Something that I would like to point out really quick, and we're
rotation.
not really confirming this, we just have seen this pop up, is that some of the NOAA radio stations in the state are currently off the air due to some issue with communication.
That's too bad.
Of course, that would affect weather radios. That's why we always say have more than one way to get watches and warnings. Now is a great time to stay with us and download that We Are Iowa app.
Have the app. Your cell phone's always a good thing to have no matter where you go.
And Brad,
you can. Do
you mind if I interrupt real quick? We're going to get an update here on Cheer Tracker in a second, and it's going to show quite the spike right along I-80 north of Atlantic here. So we'll get that in a second. I would imagine if there's not a tornado, there is likely strong rotation, at least moving into southern Audubon County here pretty soon.
I think it's been cycling a little bit, right? Because it produced a tornado earlier. Now it's recycling, and we're going to see that signature getting stronger in this area. And it does lag behind, so it's basically an algorithm that has to process and all that. We can go to the velocity scope if we want to show that and put that on there. But we definitely have that strong pocket of rotation again north of Atlantic, crossing I-80. It looks like, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's where the area of rotation is right now.
Yeah.
So Oakfield is an area for sure that needs to be in shelter right now. Eventually Exira as well.
So it's right in this area here, Highway 71 and I-80, and that is going toward Oakfield and Exira. You folks seek shelter. If you're not there already, you can watch us on your phone. We're broadcasting live on Facebook Live as well. But if you don't have a TV with you, maybe take the computer downstairs. But go to the lowest place of your home or wherever you're living. Get away from windows. Stay inside an interior room. A bathroom is a great place. You got extra walls between you and the outdoors. That's what you want. The most amount of walls between you and the outdoors. You want to seek the lowest possible place. Cover yourself. And also just stay away from windows as well. And you might also take your phone with you, obviously, maybe some water if you have time, just in case, because we know how bad weather can be after seeing the devastation that we saw in Arkansas and Kentucky and those areas last week. We don't want anything like that to happen tonight, but we definitely have a dangerous night ahead of us with multiple warnings out and multiple tornadoes on the ground.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, there's that tornado warning right there. Heading in the general direction of Carroll County, so there's no tornado warning for you in Carroll County right now, but if that storm were to maintain its strength, something we want to keep a close eye on.
Now, this one hasn't been issued as far as a guaranteed one yet.
No confirmation of that touching the ground.
No confirmation yet, but that is definitely one to watch going into Carroll County right now. Back toward Denison and Crawford County, that one has been confirmed. You can see that, again, that magenta color. When you see that, that's a confirmed tornado from earlier, and these all are capable of producing tornadoes all along this line. And it's moving very rapidly up to 80 miles per hour to the northeast.
Hey,
Brandon.
guys, we do have a
How do we get him back? Are we back? The mic's back?
We're back.
Okay, we're back on the air. Okay, we lost our mics for a second.
That's all right. We are going to keep going. told you just a minute ago, in case you didn't hear it, now they have
Oh, it's
taken
just
that
my
tornado
mic?
warning and make it an observed warning. And so we have a tornado that the National Weather Service reported, a spotter reported along I-80 north of Atlantic. So we have that tornado on the ground right now. Taylor, is there any more that we can look at with the radar? I know that they took the polygon for these counties and basically shaded it pink now because that shows that there's an observed tornado on the ground. Again, it was spotted by a trained storm spotter along I-80 north of Atlantic, and right where Taylor was pointing up that shear or pulling up that shear is a good indication of that.
Yeah, I'll pull up the warning info here just one second.
Yeah,
so.
it is between Brayton and Exira, that strong shear, that strong rotation, and it definitely heading in the direction of Guthrie Center and Guthrie County. So that's why the warning does extend into Guthrie County right now, moving off to the northeast.
All right, so I think it's where this little hole in the precip is where that's located. So we're very close to Oakfield right now. If you live in North Branch, you definitely want to be in your shelter immediately. Exira as well. Oakfield, the threat is ongoing there. This will move into Guthrie County here pretty quickly. This storm is moving to the northeast at 75 to 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, 75 miles per hour. So again, it's all heading toward the metro, folks. So be aware that this is coming our way. It is packing tornadoes. It is packing high winds. It is packing a little bit of rain, but that rotation, you can see it right here south of Exira, heading off toward Guthrie Center. If it maintains that trajectory, hopefully it would miss the Guthrie Center area, but we don't know that for sure. Right now, heading off to the northeast, heading in this direction into the western Guthrie County, and possibly staying south of Exira right now, it looks like. So that's good news out there. And if we zoom out, I want to give a big picture view for the folks in the metro, and we can put a loop on it. And I just want everybody to know this is going to be coming our way. You can see these thunderstorms, a line of storms all the way through Iowa. They're all severe. They all could produce winds up to 80 miles per hour on their own. Plus, they can produce tornadoes. So we've got kind of double jeopardy going on. This is all heading into Fort Dodge in central Iowa. So it's going to be a long couple of hours here, and then it's going to move out, and then we will quiet things down. So we've got a lot going on out there. Be safe tonight. Stay with Local 5. We will get you through the storms tonight. There is a tornado watch out until 8 o'clock, and this is unprecedented, folks. We don't see weather like this in the middle of December. We had a record high of 74 today, and this is what happens when you have these just dynamic weather systems coming through in December. Brandon?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's really critical for folks who are in Audubon County right now. If you're in Exira or you are just to the east of that in Guthrie County, we need you in a safe place right now because this is how quickly this storm is moving. We had multiple reports of a tornado on the ground near I-80 north of Atlantic, but now the area, that little notch that we're seeing in the storm, the circulation is right over Exira, and now we're watching State Highway 44. This is moving towards Guthrie Center, so that's going to be headed up into Guthrie County. The city of Audubon, this is a little bit farther to the south of you. I still want you in a safe place because we've got really intense winds there, but anywhere in this tornado polygon, that is where we have that threat. And right now we've got the rotation, the velocity signature being pulled up here. It is over the town of Exira, and that will be moving again right towards State Highway 44. Bear in mind, this is rapidly moving to the north and east. If you are in Guthrie Center, safe place now because this is moving in your direction where Taylor is highlighting this. Remember, hey, Taylor, Dave, we still have this storm clocked at 80 miles per hour for a movement, correct?
75 to 80, yeah.
Okay.
Last I saw 75.
75. National Weather Service saying possible TDS. That's a tornado debris signature.
Sure.
In Exira. So.
And I'm not surprised about that at all. This is right over U.S. Highway 71, and we're seeing
there
that
is.
little
the
debris
rotation
signature
is
there.
very strong.
Yeah, we can go to the CC. You can see it right there, that strong.
So this is what we're pointing out, this green, white, yellow color that is really bright and sticks out from the rest of that over Exira. That's where we likely have a tornado right now. This is moving to the north and east. Again, I can't stress enough, if you are in Guthrie County, we're talking about North Branch down to Kenfield and Hamlin. I know some of those are in Audubon and Adair County, but if you are along State Highway 44 and you're in Guthrie County, there's not a ton of time before this storm reaches your area. I would like for everybody in the Guthrie County county, in the county, but Guthrie Center certainly to be in that safe place. Now we're seeing higher reflectivity values here too.
Yeah, thankfully it's in a fairly rural area, but Exira, you are under the gun right now, but we are going to see that passing off into the eastern portion of Cass County, or Audubon County, I should say, and moving into Guthrie County. But these are both fairly rural areas. So if you're in this area, be very, very careful. You can see Exira right here, and it's off to the north now, northeast of that, heading, going to be crossing Highway 44 very shortly here, and then going into Guthrie County very quickly. Again, moving 75 miles per hour as fast as a car down the interstate, and it's heading into central Iowa very, very shortly. So we only have probably less than an hour before that happens. Here's a storm track on that. Again, you can see it's heading toward the Bayard area, 538 Perry by 603. So it's moving very, very quickly out there, and there are some towns in between there as well, but it's just moving so fast. This is unheard of to have storms moving. We saw some moving up to 95 miles per hour coming out of Nebraska earlier. And again, we've had several tornadoes already reported. The latest one coming through Audubon County right now, heading into portions of Guthrie County. So watch out for that. There's another tornado warning outside of our viewing area out to the west here, and that is up into Crawford County, west of Carroll. So you folks in Carroll, you are going to see some severe weather as well. Right now, there's no tornado warning there, but there could be. Brandon?
Yeah, I believe we've got some video out of Anita right now that our producer has been able to find for us. So if we could grab that video and see what's going on there. This comes from the Iowa Storm Chasing Network, the National Weather Service. This is Aaron Wheats, who sends us a lot of great video, and you can just see in that video there are tons of lightning bolts. This is again I-80 near Anita, just to the west of that, and or at least traveling westbound. I don't see anything in that video, although it's kind of hard to tell, that would indicate the tornado, but oh my goodness, just the amount of lightning strikes too. That would illuminate it, but you see how clearly dark it is already. That just sort of amplifies our concern a bit. Taylor, what you got?
Yeah, latest from the National Weather Service, a storm chaser reported a tornado on the west side of Atlantic around 5:02, so that was 7 minutes ago. And this storm already now, the potential tornado is in southern Audubon County. So.
And that debris signature is getting more apparent.
Okay.
I'm looking at it right now. It has gotten more apparent. There's something in the air there.
All right, so let me pull up the debris scope here, and yeah, it's still quite strong there. Again, as Brad mentioned, this is rural parts of Audubon County, but it will eventually move into Guthrie County, especially the west and northwest part of Guthrie County. You need to be in your storm shelter. If you are not in the tornado warning technically just yet, but live in northwest parts of that county, you still want to go ahead and get ahead of this before it races your direction.
Severe thunderstorm warning issued all the way to the metro now. So they basically want to alert people. This is extending all the way out to the metro now. You can see this right here. This segment is moving so fast that we have the warning now all the way out here through Dallas County, Polk County, and Madison County, and on down to South and Warren County. So everybody is included. It's basically the Weather Service saying, heads up everybody, it's coming our way, coming fast.
Tornado warning for Carroll County too now. New tornado warning for Carroll. Okay,
we're going to jump to that. You should have received an emergency alert on your phone just now if you're in the Des Moines metro area. This is the first time that we've seen that for a severe thunderstorm warning. This is in response to what happened with the derecho. It says a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6:30 p.m. for destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds. If that came across your phone, that means you need to be prepared right now. Let's talk about, I believe, the tornado warning in Carroll County.
Yeah, Carroll County tornado warning. So this is just coming out. You can see that, Brandon, there. It's coming out. Yeah. That little notch, not too far from the Manning area. Looks like we've got that. We'll get the velocity
just to the north of Templeton. This is a separate tornado warning from the other one that we are tracking down near Guthrie Center. And this one, I believe, goes till 5:45.
Yeah. It's just east of Manning. I got a strong signature there, a strong rotational signature.
That is right along Highway 141, a very popular, highly traveled highway across our state that is in between Manning and Templeton. So that is going to be Roselle, Carroll, Glidden, Scranton. All of those areas need to be in a safe place right now because we are not only tracking that tornado warning down to the south, but also watching for the rotation that is pretty strong, pretty obvious there.
Moving northeast at 70 miles per hour, so that is heading right up into the Carroll area. Folks in Carroll, of course, the bigger the town, the bigger the risk out there that it might hit a community, hit a homestead. So be on alert here in this whole area of western Carroll County as it comes out of the Manning area right now. Looks like it's just to the east of Manning, heading in the direction of Carroll right now. And again, it's going to be there very, very soon, moving it up to 70 miles per hour off to the northeast. Have we gotten any other reports of storm reports, guys?
Yeah, with that tornado in Cass County, 501, multiple semis slipped on I-80. Power flashes associated with a tornado as well. That's 3 miles southwest of.
And the sirens are going off here.
Yeah.
Let's be clear for folks in Des Moines, and if you are hearing sirens but are not in a tornado warning, many counties, including Polk County, will sound the sirens if a severe thunderstorm warning is capable of producing 70 mile per hour or greater gusts. The severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Polk County and much of west central Iowa, including much of the I-80 corridor, that whole thing is one severe thunderstorm warning box. All of those areas are capable of seeing wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. That's why the sirens are sounding. There's not necessarily an immediate widespread threat for a tornado in all of that area, including Des Moines, but certainly there's a good chance we will see some very strong wind gusts in Des Moines within probably the next hour or so.
And 80 miles per hour translates into damage. It translates into power outages, so prepare for that. You still have time here in Des Moines to prepare. It's still out there a ways, but it's probably, I'm going to guess that is probably 30 to 40 minutes away, guys. What do you think?
Yeah, the warning's in effect until 6:30. So I tend to think maybe the end of that warning box is when the line would be on that far right side. So Des Moines maybe close to 6, 45 minutes away or so.
So we got 2 confirmed tornado warnings. We'll get back to those right now. One heading into Guthrie County. We'll get a closer look at that with Taylor's help. We'll go in closer here. This is our latest one coming into Guthrie Center, and that signature probably getting very close to Highway 44 now, crossing over that. We'll take a look at the velocity scope. Maybe we can see it better what is happening right there. But that little area right there, you can see the rotation in that area just to the north of North Branch, northeast of North Branch. So, and it's starting to update a little bit, but that is the area that's moving on in toward off to the northeast. Now let's go back
tornado warning.
New tornado warning
for Audubon, Calhoun, Carroll, and Greene, Guthrie counties.
Let's go up to that one right now.
It's for that same storm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
New
Just
warning.
extended.
Okay. So the Carroll County one, that is, it's not confirmed yet, is it? It's still a tornado warning, but not confirmed.
Correct. Radar indicated rotation.
It looks very strong north of Templeton. There's a strong pocket of rotation there, and it is heading straight toward the Carroll area. You folks in Carroll, this is a very dangerous situation for you. So we're watching everybody looking at data right now. We're gathering data. We got 4 meteorologists here to keep you safe, trying to get all the information to you at once. And you can see a lot happening right here. We've got this tornado warning here. We've got another tornado warning there. This one, if they're in the purple or magenta color, that means it's confirmed. The other ones haven't been confirmed yet, but you take it the same way. You react to it the same way because it's a dangerous situation tonight. And even without a tornado warning, you don't need that because the winds could be up to 80 miles per hour or stronger even without that. Brandon?
Yeah, I want to reiterate for folks who are hearing the sirens in the Des Moines Metro, we're hearing them in Dallas County, they're going off in Polk County. Reminder that that is because of the 80 mile per hour wind gusts that we expect with this incoming storm. So we have the tornado warnings that we're tracking, but we also have the threat of strong storms. So Taylor, would we like to zoom out a little bit so we can get a better view?
I'm seeing 3 areas of rotation right now for our area that I'm going to circle real quick and then I'll zoom out.
I see the one north of Manning, or north of 141, another little notch here that's just to the west of Guthrie Center.
Okay, I'm going to zoom out here. All right, so you see those 3 circled areas right there?
I do.
All right, so those are the 3 areas of concern right now as far as what I can tell. If you guys see anything else, let me know.
And so, of course, keep in mind, this is moving rapidly. So we're talking Bagley, Coon Rapids, Jefferson, Ralston, Carroll, Wall Lake, Rockwell City, Gallery. I'm calling out so many different towns here, but that's because this is still moving, most of these 70 to 80 miles per hour. If you're on Highway 30 in Greene County, you need to be in a safe place now. That includes the city of Jefferson. That also includes Coon Rapids, which is just down to the south. Carroll should be in that safe place right now. And again, we're not trying to alarm anyone or cause any panic, but when we see these 3 separate circulations, it is tough to keep track of. And of course, the The most challenging part here is the fact that it's moving so quickly. Remember, the safest place to be is the lowest floor of your home, away from windows and doors, and put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. You guys, just a very unusual setup for mid-December, Brad.
We have a TVS, Brandon, right now, and that's a tornadic vortex signature,
right,
and it's in the northwestern portion of Guthrie County, and it's a strong signature again. This is an area that could go, again, I think spotters, if they're there, they will probably see a tornado, but we have a TVS again. It's south of Coon Rapids, heading probably will go between Coon Rapids and the Bayard area, and you can see this right here. That's a very strong signature, and it's going to be heading rapidly up right into this area. So you folks in Coon Rapids and Bayard, a lot of this is rural area, a lot of farmland. If you live there, obviously get to your safe place, get to the basement. And you folks in Coon Rapids and Bayard, very dangerous storm coming your way. You are under a tornado warning, but this is a strong signature that's heading your way. Any more reports coming in, guys?
Yes. Let's see. 3 miles south-southwest of Brayton in Cass County, a storm chaser reported flipped semis on I-80, power flashes also associated with a tornado. That was at 5:01, so about 17 minutes ago, and that is actually the same storm that is what you were just talking about, moving through northwest Guthrie County right now.
Yeah, we've had 5 confirmed tornadoes, at least in Iowa so far tonight.
Okay.
In western Iowa.
My goodness.
And we're still getting reports in, watching the data here. I know we took a power hit earlier and our mics went off. Hopefully everything's okay up there. At the, we appreciate everybody in the production control doing a good job up there. But Brandon, what do you got?
I was just going to say, I think it would be a good idea, as it's now 5:18, for us to sort of reset, because sometimes the radar gets really jumbled at this time when we've got multiple different warnings. Look at all of these tornado warning polygons, and to be honest with you, when our team was looking at the data the last several days, this is what we were concerned about. So if you are in essentially anywhere along Highway 169 through our state, I would like for you to be in that safe place now, because we have multiple tornado warnings, and it would probably be too much for us to call out each of those individually. Instead, make sure you have that We Are Iowa app, and we'll be tracking those different circulations. Dave, what do you have?
Yeah, new tornado warning includes Dallas County as well as Boone County. This is an observed tornado moving northeast at 85 miles per hour.
And that is the same TVS that was just spotted in northwest Guthrie County, is that right?
They've actually got it to the south of that, Brandon. So
yeah,
it could be 2 different tornadoes. So yeah, this is one confirmed around Guthrie Center right now. Is that where the tornado was confirmed, Dave? Or was the
tornado located 7 miles northwest of Guthrie Center, moving northeast 85?
So it could have been that one.
Look
Radar
at how
confirmed.
fast these are moving, because we were just tracking the tornado warnings in Atlantic 25-30 minutes ago, and here we are already on to the next towns. Guthrie Center, of course, we've been talking about you being in that safe place. Bayard, Bagley, all the way up to Perry and Rippey. Anybody along Highway 141, especially as you travel through northern Dallas County, right there from Perry, as if you were headed back towards Bagley or Jefferson, including Beaver in that southwest corner of Boone County. This is all moving in your direction. If you're in these pink or yellow areas, that includes the metro, you should be in that safe place now, because these strong winds are also coming for the metro, and it's not very far off.
So basically, if you're in any warning, get into your safe place right now. This whole line is pushing west to east, but the individual cells within that line are moving kind of to the northeast. So I'm going to try to approximate how quickly this will move to the east, this whole line here, and time it out to include Des Moines. So Des Moines, I think right around 6 p.m. or so, we're going to see the strongest of the winds. There could be tornadoes within this line anywhere in central Iowa. So just be on the lookout for that, and make plans right now to be away from windows, lowest level of your home. If you need to be away from a TV, you can stream us on the We Are Iowa app. We are keeping you constantly updated there. And if you are in an apartment building, by the way, we've had some questions about that. You also want to be in the lowest level of that building, also away from windows. If any of these don't have a basement, any of these structures that you happen to be in, just find the most interior room on the lowest level. That will give you the best chance to be safe during these storms.
Back to that track, Taylor. 6:04 for the Des Moines Metro and 6:12 in Ames. Don't get caught up in minute by minute, but more just that general timing. For days, we have said around 6 o'clock in the Des Moines Metro, and it is coming to reality at this point. So at this point, if you know people who are maybe on their way home from work, they're out and about still, I would give them a call and let them know, hey, it's time to head home or get to a place that you're planning on staying for a little while, because these storms are now approaching Dallas County. They're going to be approaching Madison County here soon, of course, moving into Boone County. It's not long before they get to I-35, and we don't want anybody out on the roads during this situation. So Des Moines Metro, it's time to stay in a place and picket and stay there until this passes.
Carroll is in the thick of it right now. Dave, you had something?
Yeah, well, these rotational signatures, I think, are definitely strengthening.
Yeah, around Carroll too, right?
Yeah, north of Guthrie Center, if you're in Bayard, if you're in Bagley, this is probably the strongest rotation that we've seen so far. Also, Carroll, I mean, like you said, with that cell in between Carroll and Glidden crossing.
We've got Carroll pulled up there
30.
right now, Dave.
Yeah.
Right along Highway 30. So Carroll, Litterdale, and up to Lake City and Lorville, Sheridan, all of those communities. This is a pretty strong circulation that we're seeing there with our velocity. But Dave, continue.
And I mean, no, I'm just looking at our NROT product, which is normalized rotation. The TDS on that cell, what is that, in northern Guthrie County, is strengthening. It's got that yellow marker on it.
It does, yeah. We have 3 TVSs actually at one time.
Correct.
Yeah, so I've got different areas of shear, which basically means winds moving in different direction and with different speeds, a sign of rotation. And wherever you see the lighter blues, that's where we have potential rotation. So in Carroll County, northwest Guthrie County, even up into Sac County as well, several spots that we're watching right now.
And when you see all these, you can basically assume they're moving off to the northeast at 70 miles per hour. That's generally what's happening. So all of these are moving northeast at 70, heading into the Carroll area. This one heading through northern Guthrie County. And again, we can zoom in maybe to the strongest one out here. And is this is the latest product, right?
Yes.
It's updated?
Yep.
Yeah. It does lag behind a little bit, so they are a little bit further along than we are showing here. Let's put the radar, switch right over to radar right now, and you can see that's the velocity we're looking at right there. But this is a very powerful storm. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it's got winds up to 80 miles per hour. And again, heading into the Bagley area, the Coon Rapids area getting hit hard right now. It's heading toward Rippey right now. You folks in Perry in the line of this storm, and Jefferson as well. So it is all coming into central Iowa very, very rapidly. Brandon?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just put out a thing on Facebook that essentially said, if you're in the Des Moines Metro, now is the time to go into shelter. And of course, there are so many communities that need to be there. Anybody from I-35 to the west should go ahead and seek shelter. It doesn't even matter if you're under a warning at this point, because we said it's going to be a night to hunker down. We are tracking multiple different signatures as we go from north to south across the state. The communities that we're most concerned with right now, just given the circulations, are Carroll down into Jefferson and Greene County, Boone County. And should we try to highlight those circulations again? It's becoming very muddled and very difficult because we've got so many warnings, and maybe we take the warnings off for a second and try to highlight just those different areas of rotation.
Yeah, we've got a strong area of rotation from Carroll all the way back down to the Bayard area and just north of Guthrie Center, generally speaking.
So what we have right now, and if we go over to the video wall here, I'll point those out. Here's one north of Guthrie Center. That's going to be moving towards Highway 30. So Jefferson, Ogden, eventually maybe Story City and Stratford if it keeps on that path. Here's the second one to the north of Carroll. That's along Highway 30 at this point. That's headed for Gallery, Stratford, maybe Fort Dodge and Webster City if it stays on that track. The third potential one to the south of Sac City, that's going to be moving towards Lake City, Rockwell City, Highway 20, and eventually Fort Dodge as well. So there are 3 separate areas where we could have potentially a tornado, where we have that strong circulation, and they're 1, 2, 3 all moving to the northeast very rapidly. So anyone along Highway 20, Highway 30 in Webster, Hamilton, Boone, Calhoun, Greene, I'm trying to make sure I don't leave anybody out, Dallas, even Story County, let's go ahead and get to that safe place now, because we know that there are multiple circulations moving your way.
Taylor, could you zoom in for me?
Where?
Oh, you got something?
No, I was going to ask you where you want to
Go right down here to Guthrie County and switch to velocity scope. We've got kind of a Boeing. You don't have to just zoom out a little bit more and go further south. There's a strong Boeing segment coming in. Very strong winds are going to be coming in here to Redfield. This is kind of a Boeing segment with strong winds. And I was looking some of those winds probably up to 70 miles per hour at least. And this is a segment right here that's pushing in very rapidly toward Stewart and Redfield. And again, no tornado warning here that I believe, right? But that is the segment right there. That line right there is going to be pushing on in. I think we need to switch the anti-aliasing over or something on that.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Yeah, it should be a different color. Yeah, it's supposed to be green. but it's not green. But it's
Pop it up like that on
Might be pulling from the
GR2.
Omaha radar. Or I don't know.
Oh, are we pulling?
Maybe. Yeah. No.
Maybe turn off Omaha. Maybe it is. But anyway, yeah, that line right there should be green, and it's moving on in very, very rapidly. So these winds are coming right toward the metro. If you're worried about the metro, this is what you're worried about right now, because this line is pushing in very rapidly with winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour, and along with our tornado threat as well. We'll get that fixed for you. But you can see it very clearly right there, that little fine line right there. This is a very defined line. That is moving our way. Still have the tornado warning heading up into the Perry area, parts of Greene County, and it goes all the way up into Boone County now, so moving very quickly there. That was a confirmed tornado, and I believe that was just northwest of Guthrie Center probably 10 minutes ago, I think that Dave was saying.
So we have a report from the National Weather Service. An amateur radio operator reported power flashes 2 minutes ago just north of Guthrie Center. That's an area we've been watching for potential rotation. So that area of concern is now near Bagley. That could have been caused by straight line winds as well. The straight line winds with this storm are likely to produce some power outages. It won't just be tornadoes that cause damage. It will be the straight line winds, which will be a more widespread issue where we can expect some power outages. Up in the control room, would you be able to pull up the power outage map real quick to give us?
Poweroutage.us is the best one.
Yeah, so I've got that pulled up here as well.
There it is. It's basically following the storm,
Yeah.
Taylor, right behind it.
That's right. So the most outages in Iowa are in Mills County, nearly 4,000 customers without power there. Well, actually, I take that back. Potawatomi County, nearly 6,000 without power there. So we're going to see this map fill in, unfortunately, as we head into central Iowa. So as we've said all day long, plan for there to be power outages. Charge your phones before the storms arrive. Have flashlights ready to go as well, and know where your storm shelter is.
I believe we do have some video or maybe some images that we could pull up of all those semis that were tipped over along I-80 in Atlantic or over in that general direction west of the Des Moines Metro. Let me know if we've got those. I have been communicating with our producer. Okay, we may not have those yet. So we'll try to get those here in just a few minutes, but we know that we had several semis.
Let's go back to Max 2. Yeah, let's go back to Max 2. There we go. We got this line of thunderstorms still coming into the area, folks, and there is that tornado confirmed in Guthrie County heading on to the northeast at 70 miles per hour. If we zoom out, I think that's the only magenta, which means a tornado confirmed tornado warning right now, but we have several other tornado warnings all the way up to Storm Lake. We've got tornado warnings back down into the Carroll area, so there's a lot going on. Anything along this line, because it's moving and developing so rapidly that you can see a tornado warning pretty quickly. You can see this heading up into the Lytton area, and that is
Calhoun County there, western
Calhoun County. So the western part, there's Rockwell City right now. So that's the northwest edge of the viewing area, basically. Heading on down further south, Taylor, you can see these thunderstorms again. Very bad tornado warning.
Carol, you are in the clear as far as tornado threat is concerned.
That's good.
So that's good news for you folks.
Can we show rotation, or show, rather not rotation, but rather the velocity scope here in the Scranton area to see what you got here? But that, of course, going into Greene County right now, this latest one, and there's nothing to define there, basically just the wind shift line as this thunderstorm complex moves through. You're going to have a big gust of wind as it blows on through the area. So that is a concern. No matter what happens with tornadoes, it's going to produce wind just about everywhere as it pushes on through.
Yeah, the tiny little notches there near and just north of Bagley, there could be some rotation. In these straight line wind scenarios, they're not as obvious where the rotation is, but there could be maybe some areas of rotation just north of Bagley and southern Greene County right now.
Yeah.
So Jefferson definitely need to be on the alert just in case.
And those strong winds are just about ready to move into Dallas County. Those straight line winds moving into Dallas County. So that's coming in toward the Lytton area.
As we track that, let's grab those photos and videos from the semis that have been tipped over. I believe we have those now. So let's take a look at what we have. This is from the Iowa State Patrol Trooper DeVault's Twitter account. Severe winds have blown over semis on Interstate 29, so that's way out in western Iowa. Also Interstate 80 in causing accidents. So obviously just stressing there to get to a safe location. We have multiple warnings out, and it is becoming pretty challenging. It's been challenging actually to keep track of all of them, but we just know that at this point everybody should be in that safe place. It's a lot easier to say that than try to pinpoint every little storm. Let's take a look again at the Doppler radar at Max 2 and show what we have right now. Taylor is putting a track on this to the best of his ability because these These storms are moving so rapidly that, again, it's challenging to keep up with. These are some of the arrival times that we expect. 5:43 in Perry, 5:54 in Waukee, 6:06 in the city of Des Moines, 6:08 in Ames, and 6:31 in Newton. And this is moving so quickly, we are expecting strong straight line winds to move through the Des Moines metro. Again, wind gusts could be as high as 80 miles per hour. The edge of those storms right now on the eastern side of Adair and Guthrie County there, and those will be moving.
It did verify too, Brandon. They reported a wind gust of 80 miles per hour just south of Adair, estimated 80 miles per hour, so verification.
Okay, and that's traveling right along I-80. So again, I stressed this a minute ago. Everybody in the Des Moines metro, now it's time to pick that place, stay there until this passes. And of course, we've got the tornado warnings as well. The one that we're really watching here, we'll pull that track away. You see the city of Perry involved in that. Again, Highway 141. There's the circulation here. Also that circulation to the north moving towards Sheridan, Peyton, and Gowrie, Dayton, and Pilot Mound all included in that. This is approaching Highway 30.
And strengthening rotation, it looks like going in toward Boone County and near Highway 30, Jefferson and Scranton areas in Greene County. So it's getting worse in that area.
Yeah, I've got that pulled up here on our Max computer here, and I think that's right there. There could be a couple of little areas of rotation there, south and west of Jefferson.
Yeah,
so definitely
really strong. Yeah.
Definitely need to be in your shelter if you are in Jefferson or Scranton as well.
It's actually really close to 30 now, so it's about ready to cross 30. They're moving so quickly. You know, the radar scans every minute or so, and it can move quite a ways. But it is crossing Highway 30 near the Scranton area. So yeah, these areas that you see where the red and green are close together and the kind of little kinks in the line, that's where we see the rotation the strongest. And again, it is a fluid situation. It's a fast-moving situation. It's a dangerous situation. So take heed of tonight, because it is a very dangerous night out there. And you can see we have tornado warnings out. The yellow areas are severe thunderstorm warnings. The red areas are tornado warnings that have been issued. And then the magenta is a tornado that has been spotted, confirmed on the ground earlier. And that was this particular cell. But we could see something happening in Greene County now, because that is a strong tornado signature. Very hard for people to chase these. We've got chasers out there, and of course law enforcement's watching, but when they're moving at 70 miles per hour or faster, it's hard to keep track of these. So doing our best to get the information to you tonight. And these are all moving into central Iowa right now. This is a Boeing segment right here, and that is going to be producing some very strong winds coming into Dallas County, it looks like, eventually.
I think it might be good for us to show the communities at this point who are no longer under the threat of severe weather, because we've been shouting out so many towns that a lot of people who have been in shelter may want to know if they're done. If you are in Atlantic, or you're in Cass County, or you're in Audubon County, at this point that threat has passed your area. Keep in mind that there's going to be another section of strong wind coming later tonight that's not associated with thunderstorms. So we won't say you're done with wind, but the line of storms has passed and is now clear of Atlantic. Atlantic is good, Cass County is good, Audubon is good as well. This is continuing to push east. So I think over time it would be good for us to just let folks know when they're okay.
Good deal.
Yeah, still expecting around 6 p.m., maybe even a little sooner for the west side of the metro for these strong wind gusts to arrive. It is not going to rain in any given location for very long, maybe 10, 15 minutes for Des Moines, for example. But while it is storming, it's going to pack a punch. Strong straight line winds are expected to move through Dallas County here very soon. Eventually, that will move into Polk County as well. No immediate tornado threat for either of those locations, but there is, as we head into Greene and Boone counties near Jefferson, there is rotation being picked up on the radar, and definitely need to be in your safe place if you are in Jefferson at this time. This particular part of this line has had a history of producing tornadoes all the way back to Atlantic, and now it's moving through Greene County. It's just kind of been pretty consistent keeping that rotation there.
It's kind of on the northern edge of a Boeing echo, and that's a classic place for tornadoes to form. So we've got the Boeing echo down through coming into Dallas County. Let's zoom out just a little bit, Taylor, just to show that again. So down here is kind of the Boeing segment movement that's coming into Dallas County. And then up in here, it kind of notches in a little bit. This is where the rotation is the strongest right now, and that's up in Greene County. It'll be heading into Boone County. So you folks in those areas, it is a severe situation with the tornado very likely from one of these storms. Here in Dallas County right now and down to the south, going through Adair County, that'll be going into Winterset. This is right now straight line winds, and then it kind of curves back, and this is where we have that rotational signature being the strongest, and we can even show the velocity scope in that area if you want to pull that up. But this is an area that is likely to see a tornado if one. We had one observed earlier, and this is the most dangerous looking area that we have out there right now. It doesn't look like much, but there's little notches along the way here that are conducive to showing, and maybe go just a little bit further south, I don't know, but it is definitely that area that we're watching. So this is where we have the rotation the strongest. Maybe we'll have to pull up the shear vision to see that, the shear tracker, because it's not really showing up as easily there. But it is definitely a place, and you can see all that. I think we've got 2 scans there going at once, probably coming from Omaha and from Des Moines. But little pockets right along that line, these little pockets of shear can produce tornadoes. Hopefully it turns into more of a wind event and less of a tornado event. But right now we've got both going on, guys.
There's a new tornado warning up a little bit northwest, still in our viewing area. Calhoun, Humboldt, Kossuth, Palo Alto, and Pocahontas counties. It's northwest of Fort Dodge.
Yeah, that's a pretty good signature, too. It's quite a ways from the radar. The further away it is, the harder it is to see, but it does look like just to the southeast of Fonda, there is a pretty good area of rotation in that. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that's moving into southern Pocahontas County right now. It's going to cross Highway 4 here pretty soon. These are, relatively speaking, not the tallest thunderstorms in the world, so the farther away we get from the radar, the harder it is for us to pick up on exactly what's going on. But even then, we can kind of tell this has that look of supercell and a potential tornado as well. And I see just to
another new tornado warning.
New warning, which includes a large area.
Yeah, Boone, Calhoun, Greene, Hamilton.
It's going right through Jourdan right now, and it's heading on into Gowrie and Fort Dodge and those areas. So it's still a very strong area of rotation.
This warning is in effect until 6:15 p.m. Includes all of those counties there you see on the map. A tornado-producing storm was located 2 miles west of Jefferson, moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. So that storm pretty much over Greene County right now. That's going to race to the northeast, and there is a lot of rotation amongst this supercell. It's had a history of producing tornadoes. It's now moving into northeast parts of Greene County, and we'll be moving into southern Webster County here pretty soon.
Let's go right in close here, just north of Jefferson, if you would. Thanks, Taylor. So this is where the tornado was spotted. Again, read that off the report.
Yeah, a tornado-producing storm located 2 miles west of Jefferson. So,
okay. So now it's just probably, it was west, now it's just north here, right around Highway 4 north of Jefferson. That's where that rotation is the strongest, and it's strong enough that we believe there's a tornado there. It's already produced a tornado in the past. Again, our velocity scope is not showing that well. We might have to go back to showing shear vision, but either way, that is the area we're watching closely, and you can see this whole area is rotating. These are all signatures, rotational signatures along that line, and we get little pockets there, and this one is probably the one they saw, and that'll be going up and toward the Peyton area, Gowrie, Dayton, and heading up into areas of Webster County, southern Webster County. So all under a new tornado warning. The tornado warnings are coming fast and furious. No tornado warnings here in the metro, but we are going to keep an eye on those straight line wind potential, Brendan.
Yeah, I think we should just actually point that out, because this is really how we did expect it to play out, that the majority of the tornado warnings and the tornado threat would be north of I-80. We have been emphasizing that it would be the northern and north central part of the state where we have that threat. And so we've got a couple of separate tornado warnings here at this point. Let's highlight those circulations again, the best that we can.
I'm going to draw a track here for this new warning real quick. Again, 80 miles per hour. I'll do my best here. So if it were to head toward Fort Dodge, we'd be looking at close to 609, so about 30 minutes from now, and then races northeastward into Wright, Franklin counties. Even Mason City could be affected by this storm down the line here. But of course, there are more areas, smaller communities closer to that will be
Right.
affected. Prior to that, again, we're talking Gowrie, Peyton, Cherdan, all in line to potentially be impacted.
Yeah, essentially all of Webster County here, and even into Hamilton County. The warning doesn't extend there, but Webster City should be in that safe place too. Right along Highway 20, Fort Dodge, again, you mentioned Gowrie and Dayton, Otho as well, Pilot Mount, and then we've also got this other warning down to the south, quite a few of them, and this one is for Perry, Highway 141 moving into Boone County. This is south of Ogden, again, Highway 30. So if you are along Highway 169, we're trying to point out some of the highways and the roadways that you probably are very familiar with. Highway 169, anywhere, you should be in that safe place. We're also, again, watching Ogden, the city of Boone, and Highway 17, looking at Luther, and basically that goes right up through Boone County. This is that area. So moving so quickly, but again, Fort Dodge, Webster City, all of you should be in that location, your safe place.
High winds are coming right now into Earlham, and they're coming very soon into Adel. So that Boeing Echo is coming into the metro, and it'll be soon coming into Waukee and soon coming into West Des Moines. So we've got a Boeing segment. I'm looking at winds estimated at 70 miles per hour, but they certainly could be higher than that. But that is probably what we're going to expect. I know the warning was issued, it said 80, so it's probably 70 to 80 mile per hour winds coming in potentially to the Earlham area right now, Adel, Winterset, and also into the Des Moines area. Strong winds expected right now. As Taylor said, the tornado threat here is not as bad as it is to the north.
And that is still right along Highway 169, just to the south. Again, you mentioned Adel and other parts of Dallas County, and even down into Madison County too. But as Brad said, those very strong winds are not far off from the Des Moines metro at this point. We've been sounding the alarm for you. In the city of Des Moines, all of our surrounding suburbs should be in that safe place. Slater up to Ames, safe place as well, because this is rapidly moving towards I-35. And look at how narrow this is. We talked about how they would come in fast and furious and then be over relatively quickly too. There's not a ton of storm to get through there once it comes into your area, but for that 15, 20 minutes that it is in your town, it will be intense.
And let's talk reports here. An estimate of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts from amateur radio operators in Minburn and Perry. So probably the leading edge of this Boeing segment that we've been talking about. They are experiencing about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds there. Let's see. We've had some other reports here recently.
And there is a new warning that's just south of that for Creston and Mount Ayr. So basically all of central Iowa has warnings from one end of the state to the other.
Yeah, exactly.
There's actually, I did this, so from the northern end, from the squall line to the bottom end, that's 450 miles of straight severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings.
Okay.
So if you live anywhere in the state of Iowa,
or Missouri,
let's go into a safe place.
Yeah.
That was the message all day, and that's the message right now. And again, that might sound like an exaggeration, but it's genuinely the truth. The warnings extend from the Minnesota border to the Missouri border. Everybody up and down along I-35, let's go ahead and go into that safe location now, just because of the strong winds that will be moving in.
From
and there is
Mankato?
that tornado watch, and I know that this has been extended to now include the entire eastern part of the state. I believe the watch goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Is that right for that part, or is it later?
Not sure about eastern Iowa. I know ours in central Iowa is till 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Right.
11 p.m. correct.
11 p.m. out for
And it's one of those nights where you don't get too caught up in the time, because as you said, Brandon, once it clears your area,
it's done.
You're done.
Yeah.
So it's like western Iowa, they've cleared it. So here in the Des Moines area, I would say probably by 8 o'clock it will be east of us. But you folks in Tumwa and out toward Marshalltown, Tama, and up into northeastern Iowa, that's going to take a little longer. So everybody's going to have to go through this tonight, looks like.
One thing I'd like to talk about real quickly is it's not just going to be along this line that will have the strong wind gusts.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be after this line passes through that it will continue to be windy for the rest of the evening. There might be a brief lull behind that line, and then it picks right back up, and it stays very windy.
Yeah, look at that.
All the way through at least midnight tonight. We'll start to subside after that. So along this line of thunderstorms for Des Moines, for example, we could see gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Behind that line, the gusts could be up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So we're not exactly out of the woods once this line of storms passes by.
Good point. It is going to be a windy night no matter where you're at, especially northern Iowa going into midnight. But we're still looking at winds of 50 miles per hour. But as he said, 60, 70 miles per hour after the storms are gone. We could have those strong of winds out there, so it still could cause more damage out there. And we've got a number of warnings in place. Again, the magenta ones are tornadoes confirmed going through central Iowa. We'll take a closer look, a closer inspection at that. Right now, they're headed off to the northeast, heading into Jewell, the Ames area. You should be on guard right now. No warnings yet, but they are imminent. And you can see these thunderstorms again. There's too many pockets of rotation really to mention, but there's definitely rotation heading in toward the Gowrie area and the southern portion of Webster County, and heading on to the northeast, coming out of Jefferson now and heading into Perry. But there's a closer look at the Gowrie area and these thunderstorms around our Peyton area. Probably some strong rotation with that, and it's moving off toward Dayton right now.
Pull up the velocity scope here. Yeah, right around Peyton. This seems
you
to
see
be
a little kink in the right in this area right here. So there's definitely a pocket of rotation in this area. Again, heading off to the northeast, it'll be crossing Highway 144, it looks like, and up toward 175. So heading in that direction. If you live in this area, take heed, take your shelter as quickly as possible.
We have a report of an estimated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in Perry not too long ago. There was also a 70-mile-per-hour gust estimated in Coon Rapids a little while ago, and also 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts estimated near Guthrie Center.
And it's coming toward Adel. It's just really knocking on the door of Adel right now, which is just west of Des Moines here.
Yeah,
so
Perry's in the thick of it right now. Adel, again, knocking on your door. Same for Dallas Center. Minburn, you've already had some reports there of some pretty strong winds, severe winds. Earlham, it's getting gusty there as well. So prepare for the west side of the metro to see these strong wind gusts within the next 5 to 10 minutes probably. And then that will race across the city as we move into the top of this hour and just after 6 o'clock.
So we still have two tornado warnings that are confirmed tornadoes, the magenta boxes. I think that one to the south is maybe going to expire soon, but the one to the north, which is heading up into Webster County and also Hamilton counties, that one is still the most concerning, I think, of all the warnings, and still has that TVS signature. We got 3 TVS signatures along that line. So it's very, very active, and we're still looking for more reports. I did hear the sirens still sounding here. Of course, they sound the sirens not just for tornadoes, but they also sound them when the winds are in excess of 70 miles per hour, and they are 70, maybe even higher with some of these thunderstorms. And this is the tornado warning most concerning right now, coming out of Greene County, heading up into Webster County, and eventually possibly heading into Hamilton County as well. There's the Dayton area, Harcourt, and Gowrie. It's all heading your way. And again, pockets of rotation within this. There's one around the Peyton area, so that's a concerning area of this thunderstorm as well. Again, just seek shelter until the storm passes. They're moving very, very quickly, and as Taylor pointed out, once these are gone, we're still going to have a windy night that could cause more damage. We might want to pull up again that outage map because I think it's getting worse, but here again is the Beaver area. You can see that strong rotation coming into Boone County. We have a tornado warning in this place as well. So all along this line, there's pockets of rotation trying to spin up tornadoes here. It's not as the signatures aren't as strong as they were back in western Iowa, in Omaha, and those areas, but they're still strong enough to produce a tornado in these areas. Hopefully, yeah.
Primary area of concern, just looking at radar here, is between Gowrie and Peyton. Pretty strong signal that there is some strong rotation there. Certainly could be a tornado on the ground, and that is racing to the north and east. So that area of rotation probably misses Gowrie, gets awfully close to Dayton as we move down the line here, and then it moves into southern parts of Webster County and then eventually Hamilton County as well. So Dayton, Gowrie, Peyton, be on alert. That area, that intersection around Highway 175, 169, Harcourt for sure.
Right on Harcourt,
yeah. You need to be in your safe place, right?
I think they're going to reissue this, Taylor. I think there's going to be a tornado warning issued for Webster City and move this off to the northeast. So you folks in Webster City, you're kind of in the line here, maybe toward the Woolstock area. Eagle Grove also, it's heading in that direction off to the northeast. Again, they're moving, I think this one's still at 70, it's moving 80 miles per hour.
And if you recall, back in July, this is the same area that was affected by that tornado outbreak in Webster County. So our thoughts are with you folks, and we hope it pans out to be all okay. But we do want to make sure you're staying safe and in your safe place while these storm systems pass on by. One thing we'd probably want to do again is update communities that are in the clear. Jefferson, the severe threat is done for you. Same for Guthrie Center, Audubon, and Carroll. Down the line here, Atlantic, you are done with the severe threat. And Adams County also in the clear there. Creston, you're getting some gusty winds at this moment. Those gusty winds beginning to move into Madison County, right through Dallas County right now, moving right through Boone County as well. Boone, Ames, Des Moines. we are going to see some gusty winds here over the next 15 to 20 minutes.
It looks like it may be weakened a little bit, but it's still a severe thunderstorm heading into Polk County.
A good reminder, Taylor, for all those communities that you have cleared in severe weather. That's a great thing. We want to be able to let you know when it's over for you. Keep in mind, we still have that pocket of really strong wind that will come later tonight. So when that wind starts to increase again, don't be alarmed. There's not thunderstorms with those, but that's the cold front that'll be moving through. At this point, we see still a little bit of a bowing segment as it approaches the Des Moines Metro, and now this is essentially very close to our western suburbs. And then, of course, we've got those 2 observed tornado warnings. I know, Taylor, you were pointing out a minute ago, I was updating a lot of stuff on the computer, but you were pointing out a particular area that you were pretty concerned about.
Yeah, southern Webster County is the primary area of concern for tornado warning. I do want to give a couple quick updates before we get to that. 74-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at 5:45 for the Perry Airport, and also a report of power out currently in Ogden. So,
yeah, I saw that there were
Boone
multiple power flashes in Ogden, so not surprised that there's a lot of outages.
But in regards to that area of rotation that's right near Harcourt right now, it's shown some strong signs of rotation here recently in the last 5 to 10 minutes. This is the particular part of this storm that has had a history of producing tornadoes all the way back down to Atlantic, and now it's affecting southern parts of Webster County. I believe this tornado warning continues until 6:15. 6:15, this tornado warning, which does include the city of Fort Dodge. I do think this primary area of concern will scoot to your south and east, thankfully, but still do be in your safe shelter in Fort Dodge just in case.
Taylor, let's give an alert to people who are not in the polygon, but who are not far off from this. Again, this is also going to move into Hamilton County, so Highway 20 area in Hamilton County, Webster City, and eventually, should that same area of circulation continue to move to the north and east, we'll be watching that in Wright County over towards Franklin County. A couple of other arrival times, 6:23 in Webster City. That's about a half hour from now. 6:42 in Clarion. If it continues, 7:13 in Garner, and then again could make its way all the way up to Mason City by 7:30. So even if you're not in that polygon right now, again, Webster City, Clarion, Belmont, anywhere along I-35, Dalles, Highway 69, it's a good idea for you to be in that safe place.
We have power outages now in the Boone County area, and as for the whole state, 27,000 people now are without power, and it's only going to get worse tonight as this moves into the more populated areas of the metro. Hopefully it weakens, but they're watching some little signatures along that Bow Echo, Taylor, and they're not thinking any tornado warnings yet, but it's something we have to keep our guard up.
Okay, for what's heading into the metro.
Yeah, they had a statement out, but yeah, we've got outages already in Boone County, and 27,000 people in the state of Iowa are without power. Brent.
Just a quick mention, if you know somebody out of those 27,000 who are without power, let them know that we are live streaming on our website, weareiowa.com. They can pull it up on their phone, disconnect from the Wi-Fi, go to your data, and use weareiowa.com or our free We Are Iowa app. There's a live stream there. It's also on Facebook. So if you know somebody who's without power and they're concerned because now they can't see the coverage, there are still ways to do it.
So the gust front with this Boeing segment is approaching Madrid right now. That will be moving into Waukee and Urbandale probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So you can anticipate gusts at least over 60 miles per hour, maybe even over 70 miles per hour in those locations. West Des Moines, I would anticipate maybe 10 minutes or so from now is when we'll start to see some of the gusty winds and the heavy rainfall as well. I'm sure you see the flashes of lightning out to the west. If you are in Des Moines right now, that is this line that is moving toward Des Moines and will be arriving here pretty soon. As Brad mentioned, there is no immediate tornado threat for the Des Moines Metro. We're going to keep an eye on it, though. There are maybe a couple kinks in the line that could develop and quickly develop rotation. This whole line has had a history of doing that, and it's not out of the question that that could happen again.
It is looking a bit more ragged, which is good. I'm looking at the health of the storm itself, but it's still a powerful storm going through Dallas County right now. And we had Perry report a wind of 54 knots, which translates to close to 60 miles per hour. So yeah, we've definitely had winds strong enough to cause damage and power outages, and it's heading into Polk County very, very shortly here. So last call for Polk County because it is coming in within probably 15 minutes or so. We are looking at these thunderstorms you can see up in Boone County. That's where that tornado warning remains, and also very strong signature, almost like a hook echo. I don't know if that's just a false read. No, it's a pretty strong just south of Otho. and
Yeah,
south
in
of
between
Fort
Callender
Dodge.
and Lehigh.
Yeah,
It's like the bookend vorticity of this whole thing.
Yeah, it is probably the strongest signature. We'll zoom in on that if you want, but it's just up in this area here. So this little notch at the bottom here south of Fort Dodge. So again, as Taylor said, probably moving south of Fort Dodge, but Otho, Lehigh, Duncombe, all these areas could be in the path of this potential tornado. And it was confirmed earlier, and it's a very strong area of rotation here, crossing 169 right now and heading up into that area. So we are going to continue to watch it moving northeast. This one was moving, I believe, 75 or 80 miles per hour, and you can see that crossing 169 right now. So we have a dangerous situation still going on in Webster County.
Any updates on reports, Dave, or anything coming in?
Not yet. Just keeping tabs on Twitter and Facebook, of course, as this moves into the metro.
Sirens are sounding here. We're in West Des Moines, of course, the Local 5 studios, and the gusty winds are starting to move into the west side of the metro right now.
You know, I don't want to speak preemptively because obviously it's dark outside and we don't know. But the fact that we're not getting a ton of reports in right now always makes me feel a little bit better. I won't preemptively say that there's not issues out there, but I like to see no major updates coming in because that means that things are hopefully going okay. Obviously, this is a very serious situation, so we are still watching those two separate tornado warnings. The National Weather Service said that they did see a little bit of that bowing moving into the Des Moines area, which indicates really strong winds. At this point, nothing strengthening enough to where they might believe that there could be that tornado concern in the Des Moines area, but at this point, it really doesn't matter if it's a tornado. It doesn't matter if it's that or damaging winds because it will still pack the same kind of punch. So let's reset here, and maybe Taylor, could we draw those circulations again?
And a couple of reports, guys. I don't know if we passed these along, but 70-mile-per-hour winds both at Perry and near the Perry area. So it's definitely, that was 74 miles per hour. So yeah, measured at 74 near the Dawson area. So yeah, this thing it was still packing a punch at least at that time. And also near Minburn also had 70 and 75.
So Taylor is highlighting that circulation there right now. A couple of different ones that we're keeping an eye on, but that one is just to the west there of Lehigh. And
by the way, there are a couple of non-confirmed tornado warnings up in far northwest parts of Webster County, northeast parts of Calhoun County, Pocahontas County, a separate warning, and far northwest Humboldt County. Nothing confirmed with any of those tornado warnings at this time. I know we haven't had a ton of time to talk about you folks up there, but you want to be in your shelters if you are in any of those warning boxes. As we've mentioned time and time again, anywhere along this line, a quick area of rotation.
There's a new tornado warning. So
and there you go. So
anybody who's in Humboldt up to Kossuth County now, Algona. This is an area, by the way, that had snow on the ground about 36 hours ago.
Yeah.
So,
and that's a strong rotation there. It's near Gilmore City, moving northeast. So that's going to head right up toward Algona.
And I know we have a lot of folks who are able to catch us in Algona too, even though sometimes the signal may drop off a little bit heading into Kossuth County. But again, Humboldt County, the city of Humboldt, again, that Highway 169 corridor that I've been talking about all the way up to the state line at this point. So Taylor has a couple of different circulations highlighted here. And again, this is all moving to the north and east very rapidly. So who's up next? Again, we're watching Fort Dodge very closely. Webster City, Eagle Grove, Clarion, Belmont, Dalles, even Jewel up towards Hampton and Iowa Falls. All of those communities should be in that safe place at this point.
New report from 3 miles west of Dallas Center. Emergency manager reports estimated wind gusts of 80 miles per hour at 169 and 44.
And Dave, that's where this is bowing out right now in Dallas County. So that's approaching the metro area where we had a report of 80-mile-per-hour gusts there. So let's tell folks who are in, of course, Dallas Center and Adel, but now Waukee, Grimes, Johnston, Granger, Polk City, Urbandale, West Des Moines. That Boeing segment with the strong, potentially 80-mile-per-hour winds is coming in within the next 10 minutes.
And I expect Jasper County, Marion County, you will have a warning very shortly here because it's all moving very quickly. It is coming into Polk County right now, hitting Granger right now. Polk City, Grimes, and down toward Waukee eventually will be affected by this storm as it moves in. Again, you can see he's plotting some of those wind, the wind vectors there. They're very strong winds at times, 60 miles per hour. When it says negative, that means it's coming toward the radar. But we are looking for very strong winds to come in through the metro. Again, no signatures for for tornadic development right now, but we have to keep a close eye on this. So this is coming right into the metro. Let's flip that over to the radar again so people can see that. Taylor, thank you. It is coming on in. You can see that bright red there coming on in, crossing 169 with those strong winds. We had the reports there right around 169 of up to 80 miles per hour. Was that estimated or measured, by the way, that 80?
It was estimated, I believe.
Yep.
So that's about what I remember. The derecho going through Ankeny was about 80 miles per hour. So you know what 80 miles per hour can do. Thankfully, the trees don't have any leaves on them, but it's still going to do damage. We're going to have power outages all over the place.
Sure. I would like to point out, just given where this is headed, again, our studio is in West Des Moines. We're hoping that as this rolls through, we don't take any sort of power bump or anything like that, but it is something that we will watch. This is also approaching that National Weather Service Doppler radar site. Again, hopefully winds don't knock that radar site off. We can continue our coverage if that happens. I'm not saying it will. I just, now that we know that there could potentially be 80 mile per hour wind gusts moving in. And that's, we even said that in the last couple of days, that bowing segment where the line essentially pushes out a little bit farther sometimes can produce the strongest winds.
And to our staff and to everybody watching, I think we're okay here. We're generally below ground here at the Local 5 studios, but if 80 mile per hour winds come through, I think we'll be okay. So we're going to go continue our coverage here as that moves into the metro right now. Again, that line of thunderstorms Dave was telling was 400 miles long of severe weather going from Minnesota down through Missouri down toward Kansas City, but we might have the worst of it here with the tornado warnings out. And we have we gotten rid of the we did the actual confirmed tornadoes right now are gone.
Yep. So
only 3 in effect.
No longer anything confirmed.
But there's still some strong signatures there southeast of Fort Dodge. There's a TVS signature, and that it kind of has a hook shape to it. So that's between Fort Dodge and the Duncombe area.
Yeah. So kind of that intersection of Duncombe, Fort Dodge, and Otho. Certainly some rotation there that's moving to the northeast. So if you live on the southeast side of Fort Dodge, certainly could be in kind of the danger zone here. But Duncombe for sure, Woolstock down the line. Eventually it moves into Wright County, Eagle Grove, Clarion. That general area of rotation will be heading your direction here over time. And then we also have this tornado warned storm in western and northern parts of Humboldt County, southern Kossuth County as well that we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, Waukee is coming in Waukee right now. Grimes, you're both going to see the winds picking up here over the next few minutes here. There's Waukee and there's Granger and the Grimes area as well. So this is all coming into the metro with high winds. We've had winds up to 80 miles per hour. Hopefully that doesn't hit the metro that hard, but it is definitely packing a big punch coming in and moving generally. If we put a motion on this, I think it's generally moving off to the northeast, but the tail end, so this part has been moving faster, but this is still moving very fast coming up through Adel, and you can see that coming into the Ames area as well. The tornado warnings are generally north of Highway 30 right now, north of Ames. You can see kind of a bowing segment here, crossing Highway 17. Boone, the worst is over, but you probably still have some gusty winds there, and that tornado warning remains in effect to the north coming out of Webster County, and you can see that thunderstorm right there and heading into Calhoun County as well. So they haven't reissued this one, which is good news, but they still might have to. Looking at some of the signatures here, there's still some rotation in that northern storm, it looks like.
Gust in Fort Dodge, 64 knots, so about 70, 75 miles per hour.
At least 70, yeah.
Yeah, by 72 or 30.
And that was measured at the airport, probably?
Correct, the ASOS.
Yeah.
So that's
okay.
that is not estimated.
So these are at least producing 70 mile per hour winds, and that's plenty strong to do damage to your house, knock out the power, so prepare for that. And I haven't seen, let me take a look at the power map or the power outage map. It's still pretty bad out there. Refresh that, but it hasn't updated, still about 27,000, so it hasn't updated yet.
Just got a report from the emergency manager up in what I assume is Webster County. A report of a building blown onto Highway 175 near Kansas Avenue near Gowrie.
So a farm building, outbuilding, a farm building.
No specifics on that. Yeah. But Highway 175 near Gowrie. Avoid travel there, I would say, to say the least.
Well, no one should be going out until these storms are gone. And even after that, as we were talking about, we've had semis blown over long before these storms came, and that's going to happen tonight. People are going to maybe think it's all clear, and then we're going to have these winds coming out of the west. These westerly winds could be up to 70 miles per hour at 10 o'clock tonight in parts of the state.
All right, if you're just joining us, we have a tornado watch in effect for all of central and eastern Iowa. It's in effect until 8 p.m. for us locally in central Iowa, lasts until 11 p.m. out in eastern Iowa. Just showing you a quick model of what you can expect here the next couple of hours. Model's doing a decent job picking up on what we're expecting here. So this will cross I-35 pretty soon. That's going to race into eastern Iowa by 8 o'clock. I think these storms are mostly out of our viewing area, and we should be in for a dry night tonight. Believe it or not, there could be a little snow up in far northwest Iowa late this evening. Once this line of storms rolls through, we are still going to be focusing on the wind threat. Generally speaking, we have very windy conditions out there all day. Currently a gust at Creston's airport of 70 miles per hour, and we could see those type of wind gusts continuing all the way until about midnight tonight. A quick look at our futurecast here shows that potential. Even as this line of storms passes through, we could see some very gusty winds. I know it hasn't been quite as bad for you folks in northern Iowa just yet, but it is going to get bad late in the evening and overnight tonight. So 50, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts will remain possible, not even associated with thunderstorms, all the way until about midnight tonight. And that's why we continue to have that high wind warning until that time for us in central Iowa.
Let's pull up the west cam. If we can pull up our west camera and look west, if we could, up in the control room, I'd appreciate that. And this is our west camera looking out. And I'm not sure if we're looking north or west there right now. That's off toward, it looks like.
Yeah, that's
I don't
looking
see any lightning. We might have to pan to the left a little bit. That's looking off toward, looks like the Best Buy area. So maybe pan to the left a little bit and see if we can see anything coming in. There we go. So we're watching, you know, I think the lightning has diminished quite a bit. Maybe the storm has weakened a little bit. I hope it has. But we are looking better here. But it is moving toward the metro right now. And we are expecting at least winds of 70 miles per hour potentially from this storm. But overall, the health of the storm maybe not quite as robust as it was earlier. Certainly when we had all the tornadoes and the 80 mile per hour winds earlier.
Yeah, I think the Boeing line is probably peaking up in around the Ames area, in between Story and the Hamiltons, where you really see that Boeing really the most right now. I think the tornado threat, at least right now, I've been watching kind of the rotational trends the past 45 minutes to an hour have been a little bit on the decline. I think we kind of knew that. North of US 30 and at least north of I-80 had the best tornado threat. And that seems to be the case, at least right now, as the main line heads into Polk County as we speak.
The National Weather Service has indicated, though, that they're seeing kind of another surge of these really strong winds stretching from Granger to Grimes all the way down to Waukee, where we may have winds that could get up to close to 80 miles per hour. So we are still, even though we may be seeing a little bit of weakening in the line, which I think would be fantastic, nobody would complain about that, but we're seeing this Boeing segment, again, they said essentially Grimes up to Granger, so that is right there near that Des Moines radar site. We're talking the Saylorville Lake area. Remember earlier they closed the mile-long bridge along Highway 415. This is why, because nobody should be on that bridge right now. But I think folks in Grimes, Urbandale, Polk City, Johnston, Ankeny, down through Waukee, Windsor Heights, West Des Moines, and even into the city of Des Moines, be prepared for this surging line of strong wind gusts. Right here, as Dave mentioned, kind of the peak of that surge or of that Boeing segment goes from Ames essentially down to the north side of the metro.
We had a report of a tornado at Bradgate, which is a place that was hit several years ago. Dave, what do you got from that?
Yeah, that's the west edge of Humboldt County, kind of right on the edge of Pocahontas and Humboldt County. Public did report a tornado on the ground at 6 o'clock, so about 9 minutes ago. No further information, but we kind of saw that rotational signature was, it's weakened a little bit since, I think we see, but it's still progressing. Tornado warning still in effect for Humboldt County.
So, and they probably wouldn't release that report unless they were pretty sure that it was a verifiable report, kind of lined up with their radar data at the National Weather Service. So the Boeing segment is still coming into Polk City right now, coming into Dallas County. And you folks in Ankeny, Johnston, you are next in line. Again, it looks a little more ragged than it used to look, which is good. We don't want a solid line of red coming our way, but it is looking a little bit more broken. But still, gusty winds we could see winds over 70 miles per hour potentially with that storm. So it is still a dangerous storm. We still have, I believe, sirens sounding. I believe I can hear them outside.
Yep, still sounding. And if you're just joining us and didn't hear us tell you earlier, the sirens are sounded for both tornado warnings and for severe thunderstorm warnings when the severe thunderstorms could produce straight line winds over 70 miles per hour. So while there's not necessarily a tornado threat for Des Moines or Ames, you could be hearing the sirens for the threat for some serious straight line winds. We've seen that in Dallas County all the way back across western Iowa here recently, and that will be possible, especially over the next 15 to 20 minutes in Des Moines. It's currently moving into Ames right now and the northwest side of the Des Moines metro. So we want to keep a close eye on this as it rolls across the city.
And 6 o'clock is about when we thought they would arrive, and here we are at 6 o'clock or so, and they are in the metro. And we have that tornado warning again. It should be a magenta tornado warning, but again, we had that tornado near Bradgate for our northern viewers up in Humboldt County heading in toward the Algona area. So, and it's moving pretty fast right now. It's actually up toward Livermore now. So moving out kind of the northern portion of Humboldt County right now.
Yeah, I kind of want to emphasize that. I mean, if you've been joining us the past half hour or so, the tornado threat, especially across central northern Iowa, there were a lot of tornado warnings about a half hour ago. And you're thinking, is that going to extend into Des Moines? So far, no. And I think that's a good trend, but that doesn't mean to say that we're not going to see straight line winds of 70 or 80 miles per hour. And I think you mentioned this earlier. I'm surprised they haven't issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper counties to the east.
Which is a good sign.
Poweshiek. No, exactly. So maybe we are losing daytime heating. We hit 74 for the high today, which was the all-time December record. But 2 tornado warnings currently. Obviously, we had, 8 earlier?
We had a whole wall of warnings, tornado warnings out west earlier. So it's calmed down in that regard a little bit.
Sure. And you can see that Boeing segment here, the Des Moines area more toward the south of that Boeing segment. There's actually another Boeing segment in southern Iowa. So we kind of watch for those because it shows signs of energy in the atmosphere when you have a Boeing segment. It's kind of like mid-level energy that's Boeing that segment out. Brandon, go ahead.
I was just going to say that we know that things are arriving in the Des Moines metro now because we're getting some of the noise here, the thunder and the wind at our studios in West Des Moines. We could take that west camera again if we have that available, and we could look at what's going on out there. Yeah. So I notice, obviously, there's rain falling now on our west cam, and this is very close to the station in the University Avenue area near kind of the border of West Des Moines and Clive. I was waiting to see if we would get another lightning strike or two here. We had some flashes a second ago. There's a couple. And we see that camera shaking a little bit. We know the leading edge of the strong wind is approaching here. And again, the sirens are still sounding in Dallas and Polk counties. So the leading edge of the really strong winds are arriving in the west side of the Des Moines metro now. There's quite a bit of lightning and a crack of thunder you may have just heard over my microphone as that lightning goes on too. So again, Des Moines metro, no, we're not seeing an imminent tornado threat, but there's still a lot of strong winds here, and we want everybody to be safe through that.
The reports are kind of filing in now. We got a gust of 50 knots up in Ames, so about 60, maybe 55 to 60 miles per hour up in Ames. 2 miles west-northwest of Harcourt, that's in Webster County. Building debris blown into Highway 175. I think we got that earlier. We're not sure if that was a farm building or an outbuilding. We're not exactly sure with that. Johnston and an NWS employee reported a gust of 65 miles per hour. So again, those strong, really more than severe wind gusts are entering the metro, and a measured gust up in Fort Dodge, 3 miles north of Fort Dodge at 73 miles per hour. And there's that new severe thunderstorm warning. Does include Marion, Monroe, and Warren counties.
So Dave, a really interesting report that just came through on social media from a trained storm chaser who I trust a lot. A lot of this rain that is falling with these storms apparently has some dirt and some mud in it. You know why that is?
Yeah.
The dust that's happening or happened out in Kansas and Nebraska. Some of that was picked up. So apparently there is a little bit of mud and dirt falling with the rain.
It's a dirty rain coming out there. And if you're looking at our radar, and we've got the lightning on there right now, we don't see much lightning, but there's certainly enough lightning, and the wind is going to be a factor, still knocking out power. And we are starting to get attenuation on the radar, so it may not look as bad because the radar site itself is getting rain. So as the beam, the energy beam, shoots through all that rain, it kind kind of weakens the signal a little bit, but it may get stronger as it moves past the metro. It may be red again, but still, we're going right through Polk City right now, coming into the western portion of Polk County. And again, Ames had that wind gust close to 60 miles per hour. So still enough to do damage out there. And once this is passed, we could still see winds of 60 miles per hour, but this is still a more dangerous situation in a way because of that tornado threat, which is hopefully weakening. We have to watch for little notches along here that might spin something up, but it is a good sign. I think we can all agree that our friends at the National Weather Service, who issue all of the warnings, have not issued a warning downstream because maybe they think that it is weakened enough, but we will see. I think there might be one more warning. Here are the reports out there, and so far just 5 tornadoes. That may go up when all is said and done, but 5 tornadoes here and maybe 5 or 6 in Nebraska. And again, the later we go, it is December after all. Thunderstorms feed on warm, humid air. We had that earlier. It's going to be harder to keep that, so it's going to be harder for them to produce tornadoes, but they still have a lot of wind energy. That's not going away. The wind energy is going to be with this storm through the overnight hours. So you can see all the reports of wind 80 miles per hour at Dallas Center, emergency report there, and this is all coming in. And that one, Johnston, 65 miles per hour. So was that probably estimated rain or estimated wind there?
Yeah, by a National Weather Service employee.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's verifiable there. So that wind is coming in 60 to 70 miles per hour now into the Des Moines area. Again, expect some power outages. Hopefully we stay on the air here. But we've got a segment of thunderstorms with bowing areas out in southern Iowa and northern Iowa. Still one tornado warning here in the northern part of our viewing area. And we haven't had any new reports from that one, thankfully. So we're keeping an eye on all of this for you. And again, this bowing segment, they did kind of issue that warning east of Ames into Marshall County. That's the one that probably has the strongest signatures right now as it's bowing out. So it's heading off to the east here through Marshall County, Hardin County. You're going to see some very strong winds. Still could be possibly up to 80 miles per hour. We've seen 70 here in the Polk County area. And let me take a look at the radar here. I don't see anything new on that, but southern Iowa did issue a new warning. Lucas and Wayne County now under a new severe thunderstorm warning there. That is going to be primarily for straight line winds, and that's what we're looking at here generally through central Iowa now is straight line winds.
So 61 knot report of winds in Ames recently, so we're talking 65 mile per hour or so, up to 70 actually.
Yeah.
So 70 mile per hour wind gust recently at the weather station that was recorded in Ames recently, and about 5 minutes or so ago. So that's probably where the strongest of the winds are. That's the leading part of this bow echo moving through central Iowa right now. It looks like the tornado warning has been dropped for Webster County and Hamilton County. That is certainly good news. There was a reported tornado near Bradgate in Humboldt County around 6 o'clock about 18 minutes ago. The threat for that system is now pushed into southern Kossuth County, south of Algona at this point. But that is the only tornado warning at this time in our viewing area. Just a lot of straight line wind to worry about at this point.
Yeah, Taylor, I would like to bring up Mary Sugden, who is live, or at least over the phone is live for us in Waukee. Mary, if you're able to hear me, you've kind of been in Waukee now in a safe location, and you have gone through kind of the brunt of this already. Can you just give us an idea of what you experienced there?
Hey, Brandon. Yeah, we are safe right now. We were out here in Waukee just off of I-80 working to cover the storm. We could tell it was getting bad. Listening to you guys, knew we needed to take coverage, so we're here now inside Fleet Farm just off I-80. Now, I can tell you that the workers actually had to lock the front doors here because they were not staying shut with that intense wind. There are workers still at the front door right now, though, of course, watching to see if anyone like us needs to take shelter here inside. They were also great to let us know exactly where the tornado shelters are here within the store, and that's within the restrooms here. Now, I can tell you that I kind of have a vantage point out to I-80 from here inside the store, and I can tell you in the last few minutes I have still seen traffic out on I-80, including semis, and as you have been saying throughout this coverage, that is not advised at this time. I can tell you just this morning I was speaking to a 30-year semi-truck driver who he was loaded down with heavy tractor equipment, and he said even just late this morning, early this afternoon, he was feeling his trailer wheels kind of starting to lift, and he made the decision station to, stay at a gas station in Urbandale. So again, we are seeing heavy lightning. We're seeing heavy rain out here in Waukee, but we are safe, and we will continue to stay in here until we get the all clear from you guys back at the station.
Mary, thanks. You and Don stay safe there at Fleet Farm in Waukee. As you heard Mary say, they had to actually lock the doors because of the strong wind there at the store in Waukee. One other thing before we get back to radar, if we could pull up those power outages again across the state, because I know that number is growing. Brad was just showing those to us. Let's see what we've got here. Statewide outages now are approaching, or they are over 38,000, and you see all of the counties highlighted in a color other than dark blue reporting some sort of outage. Again, this is about 1.5 million customers that they're tracking in the state of Iowa, about 38,000 outages, and I imagine that number will continue to grow. So now we know we've got the winds bearing down on us in the metro at our studios in West Des Moines. It's been very noisy for about 3-4 minutes now. What are we seeing on radar? What's the latest?
Well, I'll tell you what, one thing about the power outages, Brandon, people are going to be without power tonight because they can't fix all of that tonight. So
of course,
some of you are going to have go without power for the night. It'll be maybe a day or two.
And may have to grab blankets and such because it's going to be really cold later on.
I just heard from my wife that we lost power at our house in West Des Moines. So I'm one of the unlucky ones, but I won't be alone. I know that.
Yep, Ankeny being hit right now. You can head on down into Urbandale. Again, these are strong thunderstorms. Winds up to 70 miles per hour is what we've had reports of in this particular area of thunderstorms, and it continues to move off to the east. Interestingly enough, there's no new warning downstream, guys, so that hopefully they believe that, like we do, that they have weakened a little bit and hopefully will continue to weaken. But I think we'll know in the next few minutes if they're going to issue a new warning. They have issued a warning to the north here. This cell is a little bit stronger, and it is going to be coming into Marshall County and also up in here to Hardin County. So those two areas still expecting maybe winds, maybe up to 80 miles per hour potentially with these cells. I know Ames only reported about 60 miles per hour, but there's stronger pockets. Up to 70 now. Okay, good. I mean, at least we know it's verified. Not that that's a good thing, but we have had some very strong winds along this line. No tornado warnings in our viewing area. It's up into Kossuth County now, so that's good news. It's a straight line wind event right now, and the winds we have with these thunderstorms are not unlike the winds we could have later tonight. Maybe by 9 or 10 o'clock, we could have some very strong winds wrapping around the area of low pressure, intense area of low pressure to our north, Brandon.
Dave is tracking, of course, the reports for us. Dave, it sounds like there may be some more damage reports coming out of Greene County near the Jefferson area.
Yeah, it looks like the public reported a tornado at 5:34, so about 45 minutes to an hour ago. A large portion of a garage damaged or missing. Time was estimated from radar. They have just canceled the severe thunderstorm warning up that included Boone and Calhoun County. So, I don't want to say that these storms are weakening, but there is definitely, I think it's fair to say that they're not quite as strong as what they were a half hour, 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Also, when winter set in Madison County, Mesonet reported a gust of 68 miles per hour, Lamoni 60 miles per hour, and up in Algona 62 miles per hour. So these reports are kind of coming in rapid fire right now, and I'm sure once this line, the line is right over downtown Des Moines right now, but once it gets over Des Moines, we'll have even more from Polk and Story County.
It looks like at least 6 tornadoes have been reported in Iowa tonight so far.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
And that is a part of the state that has never had a tornado in the month of December. All the 5 tornadoes that we have on record for tornado in the month of December in Iowa all occurred in eastern parts of the state. So this is uncharted territory as far as that's concerned, and it's been a bizarre day really across the board.
Everything about the day was bizarre. You might have woke up to the ground being wet because it was so humid out. It was condensing. The moisture in the air was condensing on the ground. And then we had the all-time record high for this date for this month. Today, and then we had this powerful area of low pressure which basically caused all the warming. Now it's causing all the stormy weather going through Ankeny, coming in through Des Moines right now. If you want to, we can do some street level mapping here, but there's nothing more than wind and rain right now. We can hear the rain coming down pretty heavily here in West Des Moines. We're just off of 235 here, not too far from Clive there, and the radar is updating, but definitely some heavy rain coming down in this area right now and down into the airport. Heavy rain in Lovington area, Johnston, further to the north up in toward the Saylorville Township. There's Ankeny getting the heavy rain here, especially north side of Ankeny. Looks like my lawn furniture is getting rained on right now with that dirty rain coming in right now, getting it all wet out there. But if that's the worst of it, then we'll take it. But still, looking at gusty winds out there, the all clear not given yet. We'll do a wide shot here in a second and show you where those storms are. But still, thunderstorms going up through the Nevada area and further up to the north, heading into Zeering as well. So you're all in the path here. No one's escaping these thunderstorms tonight. It's going to hit everybody, maybe not equally, but everybody. There's still a notch there, so there's still some areas maybe around Iowa Falls we'll have to watch. Any little notches, any little abnormality like right there, that could spawn a tornado. We know that from past experience, but this particular area heading up toward Algona and Kossuth County now. So there's what we have right now. They did extend those warnings, guys, so now they're further to the east out in toward Jasper County and Marion counties now as well.
They're saying winds up to 70 miles per hour possible as this crosses into those counties there, so maybe not as quite as big of a threat as we've been concerned with here recently, but still strong enough to produce severe damaging straight line winds as that rolls to areas like Pella, Knoxville, Newton, Grinnell. You'll want to be on the lookout. That warning in effect until 7:30 this evening. Up and down the I-35 corridor, it is a mess right now with strong thunderstorms, straight line winds, all a possibility. The only immediate tornado threat is up in Kossuth County right now, moving away from us, so hopefully that is the last of that. It's not guaranteed, though. We'll have to keep an eye on that as this line continues to push eastward. We're still expecting it to be out of our viewing area probably by 8 o'clock or so, and then at that point we're just looking at some gusty winds that will remain an issue for the rest of the night tonight. Do we have any more reports coming out here or power outages recently?
Yeah, in Lakeview, pretty intense winds, no power. That's 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
Up in Lakeview, yeah.
And there's a pretty good segment down in the southern part of the state. Went through Osceola. It's heading down toward the Lucas area. It'll be coming out of Decatur County into Wayne County and also into Lucas County. So you folks in Sheraton, expect some high winds, and there's a little bit of rotation down there. We're not expecting tornadoes there, but it's something we'll watch for any little segment that might spin up.
I would agree with that, Brad. I think the only place on this whole line right now is probably down in Clark County, in Osceola, down into Decatur County as well.
Sometimes Boeing segments can spin up tornadoes.
Yep, up in far northern Iowa, Kossuth County, a recent report of a tornado approximately 6 miles south of Algona. That is an area that had 6 to 7 inches of snowfall on Friday last week. So pretty incredible range of weather for Kossuth County recently.
Wow.
Yeah,
that might be a first in Iowa again to have a snow event that large, followed by a tornado
within a week's time.
Within a week, yeah.
And there's only been 5 December tornadoes in Iowa, and we could be doubling that. We'll see. We could be doubling that at
I think we will.
6 reports, so far. So it's a crazy day, but
the tornado warnings are now out of the area. I guess there is one in Kossuth County, which is technically in our viewing area, but they have dropped it for Humboldt County. So
I think what we're, and maybe somebody can jump in from up above the control room, but we may wrap up our coverage at 6:30 at the bottom of the hour and let it go, but we'll have to wait. It's passing through the metro right now. We can stay with it. It's kind of up to the powers that be, but right now things are moving through the metro. We'll stay with it as long as it goes through the metro here. We haven't gotten any reports in the metro, have we, of winds?
Let me check the airport. 5 minutes.
We had the estimate, but nothing that has been
check the 5-minute obs.
Strongest I see at the airport's a gust of 44, so at least the airport hasn't really gotten it yet. There's
power line and power pole down near the airport. That was actually this afternoon.
Yeah.
Prior to these storms, tree down on a power line.
That was
power outages. That was also at 4 o'clock, and then the report of a 65-mile-per-hour gust or so near Johnston around 6:07. So that's about it so far. I'm sure they're going to roll in here over time, but.
I mean, these are still dangerous storms, but they're kind of like more garden variety storms. Winds up to 70 miles per hour. They'll continue to move off to the east here. The latest speed on some of these storms, let's see if they can maintain that speed or if they've slowed down. Still moving. It looks like at, they still.
No, they're booking it.
85 miles per hour.
They're speeding.
Yeah, they are speeding eastward and northeastward. So still very fast-moving storms capable of producing winds.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that because they're moving so fast, we start to let folks know again who are not currently seeing storms, who are headed for storms here very soon. All the way down to Knoxville, Pleasantville, Pella, and Monroe, Sully, Newton, Grinnell, Baxter, Mitchellville, Laurel, all the way up to Marshalltown and State Center. Even though that is not there yet, this strong line of wind is still coming your way. So essentially from Marshall County down through Jasper County, all the way down to Marion County, and even as far south as Lucas and Mahaska County. So we are still going to be tracking this for you as it shifts east of I-35. It's bearing down right through Des Moines right now, and I do think we are going to go head over to Taylor for something else.
National Weather Service employee just measured a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Johnston High School at 6:27, so 3 minutes ago. So this is still packing a punch. Okay,
Still packing a punch, yeah.
Yeah, so let's maybe stay on air here a little bit longer.
Let's stay with it.
As it passes through the metro at least.
And the strongest non-thunderstorm gusts are going to come in about an hour after this main line comes. We saw a gust of 40, 50, some places 60.
And it may be north of Highway 30 for the highest winds, but I think Des Moines could still see a 60-mile-per-hour wind after the storms are gone.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Yeah, so this is the first surge of the strongest winds. So we'll get maybe a brief break for about an hour or so, and then it's going to pick back up mid to late evening. But we have the measurement from a National Weather Service, reputable source, that this is producing at least 75 mile-per-hour gusts on the northwest side of the metro. Moving right through downtown Des Moines right now. East side of the metro, these gusts are arriving at your doorstep here very, very soon as well. So be prepared for power outages. There will likely be power outages in Des Moines across much of central Iowa. We've already seen it in western Iowa. And stay away from windows while this storm is passing on through, because some of that debris, tree branches getting knocked down can break windows, and you don't want to be near that, obviously.
I'm seeing on the Iowa Mesonet site that Osceola had a wind of 70 miles per hour at the airport. So
still cranking.
Yeah, it's still cranking down there as well. So winds up to 70 or 75 miles per hour still possible along this line from north to south all the way through the state here. We haven't noticed winds like that here, but that's the way it is with thunderstorms. It's kind of pockets of high winds out there. Earlier, it was kind of a big area of high winds. Now I think it's more pockets of high winds out there, but still very stormy going through the Des Moines area, downtown Des Moines. Heavy rain falling right now. And again, it lasts probably about 15 minutes, and then it moves out of your area. Still raining in Ankeny right now with the gusty winds in that area. Altoona, you're next in line to see these thunderstorms moving on through, down through Carlisle, Norwalk. Okay, we got some video. Taylor, what's that video we have? It's out here. You're talking to me, not Taylor. It's just outside the studio. So we got video just outside the studio. Let's go to that right now and show you that. And you can see the wind's whipping up pretty good there with those tarps that are covering that material out there in the Home Depot parking lot. So yeah, it looks like winds certainly 40, 45 miles per hour there, just looking at that, but hard to say. It definitely was stormy.
Had a report of a 61 mile-per-hour gust at the airport, so that was measured.
Okay.
So even down there, while not as strong as some other reports, that is up to severe criteria.
For sure.
Emergency manager down in Union County reporting several trees down in Creston affecting traffic. Power lines, that was estimated around 5:56, so about a half hour ago as well. There's going to be probably at least some damage up and down this line, folks.
45,000 now. We're 45,000 people without power.
So now that it's 6:30 or a little bit past 6:30, I think now's a good time to go back, zoom out, and let everybody know who's out of the woods, who is safe at this point, and who is past the storms. So the storms are generally along the I-35 corridor, and they're now shifting to the east. If you are in Fort Dodge, Lake City, Rockwell City, Carroll, down through Jefferson, Guthrie Center, Atlantic, Adair, Audubon, all the way down to the state border there of Missouri.
West of I-35.
In
really.
southwest Iowa. Yeah. Aside from a couple of little raindrops and cells that are still moving through Creston, but that's not really severe at this point. That's just sort of a trailing edge of rainfall. But essentially, yeah, west of I-35, you're in that safe place, or you are out of that severe weather threat now. Areas east of I-35 should be in the safe place still because of those really strong winds that are moving through. Keep in mind, at this point, we're down to one tornado warning in the whole state, and that one is moving out of Kossuth County now and essentially tracking up into the Buffalo Center area. That'll be moving into the Minnesota area towards I-90 in Minnesota very soon, so that'll be outside of the state of Iowa, and at that point we will be left with severe thunderstorm warnings just for the potential for those strong straight line damaging winds. With that, we know that we've had still some gusts reported of 60, 70 miles per hour with this leading edge of the storms. The heaviest of the rain, most torrential part of the storm, is passing through Des Moines and Indianola right now, right up along Highway 69 and up I-35. That includes Ankeny, Elkhart, and now the worst of it is passing out of Ames and moving into Nevada. But again, we talk about Marshalltown, Newton, down through Monroe, Knoxville, Pella, Pleasantville, Baxter, even Mitchellville. You need to be in those safe places now because we know that this is moving in your direction. Colfax, Mingo, anybody along I-80 in Jasper County, Highway 30 in Marshall County, or down towards Marion County. Time to go into the safe location now, and then of course farther to the south we will keep an eye on that for areas that are down towards Oskaloosa, Ottumwa, Sheraton, and even Centerville. The southeastern part of our area is not out of the woods from this either.
So 45,000 people without power, at least in Iowa, and Greene County especially hit hard. About 4,800 people tracked, 3,200 without power. So most of Greene County, according to this map, without power right now. So expect big power outages across the area. So far, not reporting much in Polk County. It looks like 1,600 are without power here in Polk County, but that's probably going to grow, Dave.
Yeah, and I mean, quick math on that Greene County, that's 66%. I mean, that's 2/3 of customers in Greene County that don't have power. We saw that pretty strong cell move through earlier. That was tornado warned. Report at the airport, I believe, of 52 knots, was it? Yeah, 53 knots, so it's about 60 miles per hour when you put that into the miles per hour conversion. The tornado warning is still in effect for northeastern Kossuth County. There are no tornado warnings in effect here around the metro. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings that extend well out east of the metro, though. You can see Grinnell is included in that severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, just kind of looking at the radar, Brett, I think the two strongest areas of potentially heavy winds are up in Hamilton County, where, you know, Iowa Falls, and down in Indianola, Warren County, Marion County, Osceola now moving into the Sheraton area as well. I think the radar signature, if you will, over the metro is a little bit weaker compared to, I guess, north and south.
Yeah, thankfully. I think you're right there. Also, we are looking at, I think that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire in northern Iowa. The signatures aren't the same as they once were before, and that makes sense. The more we lose the heating of the day, it's harder for these systems to produce tornadoes. There was a thought that maybe the tornadoes would develop right up into Minnesota, but it's getting colder out there, and they have snow on the ground in some areas there. But we've had our fair share here in central and western Iowa, and you're right, we still have some pretty damaging thunderstorms out there. They're not quite as large and not quite as strong, but still capable of winds of 70 miles per hour, and that warning now extending all the way to Waterloo. So these storms aren't done with central Iowa or Iowa yet.
And there's a new tornado warning for Franklin County, just issued.
It was.
Hampton.
That was an area we were looking at earlier, guys. Let's zoom in on that.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, this is an area. Remember that little area I was talking about? It had a little kind of an inflow notch there, a little notch there. So that is an area where we have a new tornado warning. Again, it's a red tornado polygon, so that means it's basically radar is confirming it, not a spotter yet. But you folks in Hampton, you want to take shelter immediately again. And this is, you know, we should have been watching this guy. This is the one little area that had that little notch in it. So that is a concerning area. And again, that's going to be, how long is that in effect for?
7:15, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. I'm going to put a track on that. If we have, it's moving northeast at 70
in Franklin
over
County.
Hampton right now.
Eastern Franklin County.
Correct, yeah. So Hansel at 6:43, it's just about 5 minutes. Ardale at 6:50 and Dotery at 6:53. So
yeah,
moving quick.
Moving quick again, right down here, and it's moved off to the Reeve area, moving up toward the Doherty area. It's kind of moving out of our viewing area. This is kind of the edge of the viewing area around the Hampton area, so take shelter in this area. Again, it's a concerning area. We will probably maybe put a velocity scope on that, but it's so far away from the radar. You can see how much it moved in one scan there. It moved all the way to the Geneva area, and going to be crossing, looks like Highway 3 very, very shortly, moving off to the northeast very quickly right now. And did you say how fast fast? 80 miles per hour?
70 miles
okay.
per hour.
So you can see it's hard to pick up the rotation there. It's basically different shades of red is what we're looking at there, but there is some rotation in that element. Again, it's the most likely place that we would see a tornado right now because it had that notch in there, which is actually closing up right now after they issued it. Let's go back on down to areas down to the south, Dave.
Yeah.
If we can go and show what else is happening through the metro. The rain ending here in West Des Moines. We've got some more thunderstorms developing back to the west. And I was noticing that on the model data, on our high-res models, that it was producing more thunderstorms back behind this edge. It is exactly right. And there may be some hail with some of those, but I don't expect much more than that. But still, redevelopment going on back to the west here in Dallas County. And we're still looking at heavy thunderstorms in the eastern half of Polk County. And as Dave said, south of us, we got some heavier storms, and that's where maybe some of the stronger winds heading into Pleasantville and Sheraton. And you all are going to see some pretty strong winds, at least 70 miles per hour possible as they race off to the east over the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, Brad, I think the strongest winds are starting to exit the Des Moines area. They're going to move into Jasper County in terms of the strongest winds west to east on I-80. But they're definitely not as strong as I think what we're seeing, kind of that more Boeing segment down in Sheraton that's moved out of Osceola. You see this kind of, there's a radar update, kind of a little bit more, not a notch, but just a kind of a forward, I don't know what's the word you use there, just a push in the radar right there.
Yeah, a little bit of a little push. It's not really a Boeing segment, but yeah, more of a notch in that area. So anytime you have any little notches in there, we have to keep an eye on those as the winds can change with direction and create rotation in that area. So generally we have winds coming out of the south feeding these storms, or south-southwest and feeding these storms. And then there's these very strong winds aloft coming out of the west here. So you can imagine winds going this direction, winds going that direction over the top of them. And it does help to create that rotational element, and that's why we have this part. It's kind of the northern side of the Bow Echo up here in Wright County, and yeah, you probably won't see anything on the debris, but we're not even, we'll see what happens here. But again, this on the edge of the viewing area, moving off to the northeast is 70 miles per hour. Again, you're all clear out toward Clarion, out clear. There are some more thunderstorms developing back to the west. In fact, got our lightning tracker on there. It is actually
more lightning coming.
Yeah, more lightning, more thunderstorms out to the west of us here, but things are still pretty active east of the metro and east of I-35 is where we're going to see most of the action.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I have just kind of a non sequitur here. The National Weather Service in Omaha is saying that it smells like smoke across the city of Omaha. That's from wildfires in northwest Kansas. That smoke blowing all the way across Nebraska into Omaha. So if you live in western Iowa, for example, and you smell smoke, that may be why. And it may be hazy outside due to the power of this system. The dust, the smoke, all of that sweeping across the plains into Iowa.
That's crazy. I mean,
I think we saw some dust storm stuff earlier today. It looked like they called it the dust storm of 2021. It's not.
You could see it from space.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the satellites could see it. Back to the radar here. I pulled the lightning up to kind of reiterate the point that two parts of the line are, I think, stronger than really the part that's going right over Polk County, now moving into Jasper County. There's a lot more lightning. Story County, areas north, Hardin County, moving into Franklin County. Of course, that's where the tornado warning is. That's kind of the main reason why I brought that lightning tracker up, to really show that I think the line, the segment moving into Des Moines, thankfully, it really might be the weakest part of the line that's moving through Iowa right now. I'm going to take off the lightning, just give a better look of the colors there on the.
Yeah, it looks like the more intense lightning is in northern Iowa right now with that segment with the tornado warning as well. And that is going through eastern Franklin County and moving out of the viewing area, but still a dangerous storm as it heads toward the Charles City area.
It's Winnebago County, yeah.
Yeah, heading up that way. So it's going to be pretty active here the next couple of hours. Well, not probably the next hour or so for eastern Iowa. The tail end of this is going to try to get to the Ottumwa area. That would be the last part of it that we'd have to worry about. You can see this southern end not moving quite as fast as the northern end, so it's heading on down through the southern part of the state right now. We can lift that up a little bit further north, Dave, so we can see that because of the, lift it north so we can see the southern part of it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because the banner was in the way. But these warnings extend all the way down the south. You can see these storms down here are going to continue to move off to the east toward Ottumwa, so you're probably probably still an hour away at Ottumwa from seeing these thunderstorms, and I do expect you to have the potential for that severe weather. Oskaloosa as well. You're right on the edge of a warning. Montezuma further to the north, you can see those thunderstorms as well. So this is still a powerful complex of thunderstorms, but again, that tornado threat has lessened, even though we still have that one tornado warning in effect.
Correct. I want to pull up the debris tracker one more time just because this is a pretty, now this is, I would say, definitely a Boeing segment within the line here. Good news is we don't see any greens here. If we saw the red kind of matching up with the green, we call that a velocity couplet. That's where the winds are coming together in a pretty considerable fashion. That could indicate a tornado. We're not really seeing that. Brandon, what are you seeing over there?
Yeah, Dave, I think I see, roughly the same thing that you've been mentioning, just keeping an eye on that tornado warning up in the Franklin County area. You're pulling up the debris signature here, and it might be easier to spot if we pause the radar.
Yeah.
And because we're starting to get kind of far away from the Des Moines radar site, it becomes a little bit more jumbled. We're seeing what might be a little bit of debris that's trying to pop up there, a little signature near Hampton, but it's kind of tough to tell because you're starting to get farther away from that radar site. And this is going to travel to the north and east, still at the speed that we've been watching. So areas up near Charles City and Greene must be in their safe place. Charles City, by the way, got hit earlier this year with a tornado, I believe. So want to keep an eye on that. Dave, you mentioned too that this is bowing out just to the east and northeast there of Hampton and Highway 65. This is to the north and east of Iowa Falls, but still the only tornado warning that we have in our immediate area. There is still one in effect for parts of Kossuth County too.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised that one is still ongoing. I mean, clearly the storm has moved out of Kossuth County.
Yeah, they might just be waiting for it to drop because this is where that circulation would be now. That's basically on the Minnesota border. So as soon as it crosses the state line, it becomes the Twin Cities issue to determine whether they'll issue a warning or not. But we have in our immediate area that tornado warning for parts of Franklin County. And then, of course, we still, Dave, if we want to zoom back out, have the severe thunderstorm warnings that extend all the way down to the Missouri border, rather.
Yeah.
The line has generally cleared through the city of Des Moines and the western suburbs. There's still a little bit of rain coming from Perry down through Adel and Winterset, but we do expect that these storms are now generally east of I-35. We're still watching pretty torrential rain in Pleasant Hill, Altoona, Bondurant, up towards Elkhart and all the way up to Marshalltown. Strongest winds arriving here in just a few minutes in Marshalltown, Newton, Monroe, Knoxville, all the way south to Sheraton and down to the Missouri border. So we are not out of the woods with the wind. We're just keeping an eye on it. Taylor?
A couple of reports for around the city of Des Moines. The Des Moines police tweeted out a couple minutes ago just a small number of reports of tree damage, power lines arcing around the west side of the city. No significant damage or injuries reported as of now. Hopefully that continues. At the airport, the temperature dropped from 72 degrees at 6:20 to 55 degrees at 6:29.
Wow.
Do the math at home. That's 17 degrees in 9 minutes. So there's a sign of the power of this system here. And
that's not even the arrival of the cold front.
Right. Yeah, it's going to get a lot colder tonight with lows below freezing late tonight. So this is...
Taylor, given those power
stuff.
outages or the power lines that you mentioned, can we pull up the power outage map again? And then, Brad, we'll let you talk. I just want to see where we stand as far as the whole state.
It's at 45,000. We might hit the refresh button on that, but I know Polk County is going to be adding to that. You know, we were kind of lucky here, guys. No major reports of damage. We just have hit and miss damage out there. Tornado-wise, I don't think we had a report of a tornado hitting a town yet. Hopefully, we didn't have any outbuildings or any farmsteads that were damaged by that. But you can see that.
I do know that, Brad, this is unconfirmed, but Stephanie here has been in connection with some folks who are up near Baird and Bagley, that there could be some pretty decent damage there, maybe with some homes that were hit and maybe some campers that were flipped over.
Let's bring Stephanie in right now.
Yeah, Stephanie, are you available to share what you might know about that?
Yes, it's just through text. It's an initial report that there were some houses possibly damaged. The word used was flattened near Bayard. Working to confirm that, of course. It is dark out right now, so people are having a hard time just seeing what is out there. Campers possibly flipped near Bagley. So that is something we are keeping our eye on. Heard of some reports of semi-trucks near Atlantic, in between that Anita and the Atlantic exit on I-80. State Patrol dealing with those that have toppled. And then again, we heard about an outbuilding, maybe near Gowrie. that had been damaged. So yeah, we are working on some reports here of initial damage, but like I said, this is all preliminary. These are things we're hearing from people who are reaching out to us to give us this information. So
Stephanie,
confirm that.
One thing that we can mention there, though, is that the majority of the reports that we've gotten so far have come from the western side of our area when this storm was at its strongest point, when we had the multiple tornado warnings, all kind of on those initial first 30 minutes of the storm system. And now we haven't had the same number of reports coming in. So that is some indication that this has probably been weakening some. I still expect that they will continue to issue severe thunderstorm warnings all the way through eastern Iowa just to account for this. But again, as we zoom in closer to the Des Moines metro, the worst of this is now east of Des Moines. It is approaching Newton, Colfax, Mingo, down through Monroe. Runnels is getting it right now. Grinnell, all the way down to Pella, New Sharon, and Oskaloosa. This is where that storm, that line is moving. Some of the most torrential rain right there on I-80 between Altoona and Colfax. But for the city of Des Moines and the bulk of the Des Moines metro, Ankeny, Waukee, West Des Moines, Urbandale, Johnston, Polk City, you may get some rain at this point, but the worst of that threat is over.
Yeah, one more kind of last batch of rain from that cold front that's really going to drop temperatures dramatically overnight tonight. That's also going to lead to some pretty strong winds later too, Brad.
We have some video to show you from the Marathon area, if we can go to that. And I want to also go down today. We want to go down to Sheraton. There was a kind of a strong signature there in Sheraton area, but we also have video. So there's an area here we're watching. It is just a severe thunderstorm warning, but it could become a tornado warning. So this is video earlier. Let's see if we can see it through the lightning flashes near, it was, I don't know if there was a Marathon area.
Yeah, it was Marathon in Buena Vista County.
Okay, so we'll see if we can see it through the lightning flashes out there. Hard to see, right? This is why chasers are not out at night usually, but hard to see there.
I got that video in. She said tornado passed right by the car there up in Buena Vista. That was about an hour and a half ago, I believe, of course, when that storm rolled through.
You would almost have to take the video and freeze frame it.
I think it might have been right at the beginning there.
I don't know if we can start that video over to see if we can see that. But
yeah, in any event.
Yeah, so there's a Doppler radar. That is some crazy looking stuff.
Look at that.
What happened there? All right, let's...
It's not taking the greens in. It's all right.
All right.
I'm going to wind it back out here just to show the warnings that are still into effect. I mean, the whole I-30, it's now east of the I-35 corridor, but the whole state from north to south is seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings, Taylor.
We're hearing additional reports on National Weather Service chat that some homes may have been seriously damaged in Bayard. So there's growing concern that there was significant problems there.
Mm-hmm.
National Weather Service also watching that rotation that we saw down kind of the Melcher, Dallas area. They're holding off on issuing a tornado warning yet. But they say winds to 70 miles per hour still possible as it rolls through Knoxville.
Okay, so we have a couple of segments still bowing, one to the south, one to the north of the metro, and still a dangerous situation for you folks to the east of the metro, east of I-35. If you're west of I-35, we're not expecting any severe weather in the form of thunderstorms. However, we still have those winds around this area of low pressure. They're going to whip around here later tonight, and we might be able to pull that up eventually, but I'm going to take a look at that wind field right now.
This line moving into Jasper County is looking a little bit more interesting in terms of the winds. You can see it's kind of taking on that bit of a curve to it, I guess. Not in terms of a tornado, but it maybe I think the winds might be strengthening a little bit as it moves into Jasper County down through Knoxville right in here. Of course, it kind of weakened as it went through Polk County, which of course was good news for us here in Des Moines. And then some light rain on the backside of Des Moines. You might be thinking, hey, is that going to produce any severe weather? Could that spin up a twist or something really quickly? Not expecting anything in that form. That's kind of the last gasp of the cold front. You can see some shower activity back near Charter Oak in northwestern Iowa. That really is the cold front all the way back there. That's going to spawn some pretty strong non-thunderstorm wind gusts in the next really few hours. They'll calm down tomorrow, but not until we get through the cold front that drops us down into the 20s tonight. Brad? What do you see?
Yeah, I'm looking at the wind field here. Even after the storms go, by 9 o'clock in southwest Iowa, we could see winds over 60, 65 miles per hour, maybe even 70. So there's going to be a pocket of wind wrapping behind this cold front that's going to bring in some very strong winds. And so, yeah, it'll be interesting to see who gets that high wind, but it could go through the metro. We could see winds of 60 miles per hour in the metro maybe by 9 o'clock or so with this storm. With the low pressure system.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure gradient's so strong, that low pressure is so strong for this time of the year that really, it's basically the atmosphere is unhappy, so it's trying to restore itself by producing some strong winds. We're still watching this Melcher, Dallas area. I think there's two different areas between Melcher, Dallas, and Sheraton, producing some strong winds up through Pleasantville into eastern Polk County. Bondurant, maybe you're still seeing some activity. It's moving out of Altoona right now, but still Granger, Grimes, Waukee, you're seeing another round of rain, not quite as strong as the first one. We still have that tornado warning for extreme northeastern Franklin County as well. Taylor?
Yeah, we have video of a tipped semi. We're going to show you here right now. There have been numerous reports of those across the area. So there's your tweets. As while coming across some damage, we came across this semi flipped on its side. Happy to see everyone taken care of there. So, I mean, that's something we're going to be cleaning up here for quite a while, is tipped over semis. Hopefully, no significant damage in Guthrie County. We are hearing some concerning reports out there in northern Guthrie County.
I think we may be sending a crew that way here soon. We've kind of given them the all clear because it's safe to drive that direction now.
So what I plan to do here, guys, is to wrap things up at 7 o'clock. I know people want to watch their programming on Local 5 and CW, so we will continue coverage until 7 o'clock, and then we'll wrap things up here. We will continue to monitor things, of course, all night long here at Local 5, and if a tornado warning is issued again, we will be right back on the air. Brandon?
I also think that that's a good opportunity to remind folks that we can stay on our live stream on weareiowa.com and on our app. So even if we go back to programming on TV, that doesn't mean we're not watching anymore. So go to weareiowa.com, download that app, because we will stay in our live stream mode until they're out of our
If you want to watch us all night, you can do that on
we'll be there.
Well, hopefully not all night. We should be done soon.
Somebody's got to work tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Dave does. So we will be with you. So that's right. Go to our We Are Iowa /weather or We Are Iowa page. Find that live link, and you can watch us right there. And the people that want to watch programming can watch programming. The people that want to watch severe weather coverage can continue to watch it online. So we still have some gusty winds. That's the velocity data they're going through. And again, just looking for signatures. But generally, it's thunderstorms. These are kind of general thunderstorms, winds 60, 70 miles per hour. And the threat for tornadoes continues to diminish as we go into the night. That is what the models expected. That's what we expected. And it's happening. So let's zoom out, Dave, and give them an overall loop of that. Just kind of put that into motion. So we have that one tornado warning. There's one going up into Minnesota. So they did get a tornado warning in Minnesota. They've probably never seen a tornado this time of the year either. But yeah, you can stay on the wide shot, Dave. I was just pointing that out. But let's go ahead and put the loop on that for everybody as they go on through the night. And zoom out a little bit more. The towns will go. There we go. The towns got stuck. But yeah, so you can see this complex moving on through and still moving very rapidly off to the east. Although it feels like we've been on the air forever, it is starting to wind down. And you can see it back here, Dave. The snow is coming in the backside of it. We're not going to see any snow in the metro, but it is going to clip northwest Iowa. What's going to happen is a very strong wind field is going to be coming out of the southwest here, and a very strong southwest wind is going to plow into Des Moines here in a couple of hours. And Taylor, what you got?
Oh, nothing new, just kind of tagging in here for Brandon for a minute. But again, if you are west of I-35, you're probably in the clear for the severe threat for the rest of the night, but that strong wind will be moving in shortly. Also note here in Nebraska, that is snow. That's how crazy this system is. We go from 70s that we have seen all day long, and at least all afternoon long in central Iowa, to snow showers that could clip Sioux City here in the next hour or two. So pretty wild to see this very dynamic system moving across the state. Thankfully, no immediate concern for tornadoes here in central Iowa, just the straight line wind threat, which is now pushing into Marshall County, Jasper County, Marion County, down farther south into Monroe County as well, Appanoose County. All of you experiencing some strong straight line winds that could potentially be damaging. There was recently a report of an 83-mile-per-hour wind gust up in Clear Lake in north central Iowa. So the northern extent of this storm certainly has been packing a punch. It'll be out of our area here probably within an hour or so.
Two things.
Yes.
want to let our folks in the control room know there is no longer a tornado warning for Kasuth County. So
and they just canceled one for Franklin as well.
Oh,
So
excellent.
no tornado warnings.
That's
currently.
good news.
Yeah.
We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, but no ongoing tornado warning.
And something else, this is out of Clive, emergency manager, large tree down on a house in Clive.
Okay.
So we're gonna.
Okay, we got the green light, guys. We're going to go another half hour because we want to take it outside of our viewing area.
Okay.
For the most part. So another half hour. Plus, we've got all these reports coming in of damage that we didn't get before. You know, the Bayard area, we got a tree down in Des Moines. So there's definitely some news coming in here, and that's when our news team kind of goes into action here. And Stephanie will be joining us with more information, I'm sure, later. But we are monitoring things, and we still have a lot of wind out there with these thunderstorms. The potential for tornadoes is not gone.
No.
That's for sure. But we'll continue to watch it closely. But this line of thunderstorms continues to roll through and just racing through central Iowa now. We have more rain moving in. You can hear it here in West Des Moines. So these are not severe, but we are going to see a little bit more of that thunderstorm activity coming through portions of Story County, Polk County, down into Warren County. But the severe weather definitely going through Marshalltown right now, down through Newton. We're seeing the severe weather. Let's go ahead and pause that now, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And this thunderstorm complex continue to move off to the east. And again, the last ones that we'll deal with, it'll be southeastern Iowa. So Ottumwa, you'll be the last ones probably to deal with that. But no tornado warnings. Is that correct, guys? Right now, no tornado warnings.
That is correct.
That
yeah.
is
In our immediate
in our areas. We
Yeah,
had
there
that
are
one up
still
in
warnings
Minnesota
north of us, yeah.
and north and east of us. So yeah, that's good news. This one is the one that probably they're most worried about there, east of Mason City. But we are in the clear as far as right now. No tornado warnings in effect.
We do have a report of a large tree uprooted and on a house in Osceola. So even down in southern Iowa, they have had their fair share of severe wind gusts as well. Knoxville, a report of a 56 knot wind gust, which would be approximately 65 miles per hour. So they're starting to see the strong wind gusts in Marion County as well. Pella, you're probably beginning to see that as it moves across Marion County. And go ahead and be prepared in Poweshiek and Mahaska counties. You will experience these gusty winds here shortly within the next 15 minutes.
Taylor, our reporter Larissa is headed towards Bayard with our team. We know at this point she's been communicating with the Guthrie County Sheriff that there is some damage there. Don't know the extent of that, but did say yes, there is some stuff in Bayard. Okay. So that's about an hour out, so they probably won't get us an update in this particular coverage, but that's absolutely something to look for and be prepared for as we get towards our 10 o'clock newscast later on tonight.
60,000. Now we're up to 60,000 in the state of Iowa without power. Here in Polk County, it's about 4,000, but it's much worse to the north of the metro. It looks like they've got more outages up there.
Yeah, Hamilton County, about half of the tracked customers in that county, about 1,500 are out of power compared to the 2,900 that are tracked.
You know, and it is going to get cold tonight.
Yeah.
Later. I mean, but by tomorrow morning, we're around upper 20s, lower 30s, and the wind's going to be blowing. So without power, without heat, it's going to be a problem. Hopefully they have, you know, some a fireplace they can turn on or something.
I mean, this is never before seen. I mean, we haven't seen a tornado in Iowa in central Iowa before. Now we're dealing with power outages across the state. This is not just a Polk County thing. I would say Polk County so far has largely been spared of the worst in terms of power outages.
It seems like it. It does.
Aside from that tree on the house in Clive,
Yeah.
that one homeowner saying, no, it wasn't a good night for us. Let's zoom out a little bit and show who is in the clear, because so many areas now people are asking a lot on Facebook, is Des Moines clear at this point? I would say the city of Des Moines, you're good at this point. The worst of the storms are now east of the city. We do still have some rain moving through, so it's not done yet. But if you live west of I-35, the threat for severe weather is over. You are in the clear. Keep in mind, we still have the cold front to go later on tonight, so some very gusty winds are going to move in. They could gust as high as 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour as that moves through. It's not associated with thunderstorms, but that doesn't mean the strong wind is over. Who is not in the clear? Marshalltown, down through Newton, Monroe, down to Knoxville, and all the way south as Dave kind of drags this down. Oskaloosa, Albia, Sheraton, Ottumwa, Sigourney. You are not out of the woods yet. You still have the strong winds coming in our direction, including Tama County. So that is the far eastern sections of our county. And if you know people in Waterloo, we don't necessarily cover Waterloo, but it's a big city and a lot of people live there. If you know people in that area, they still have strong winds to go. So it is close to ending in our area, but it's not totally done just yet.
Yeah, Brandon, we got a picture. We got mud on a storm chaser's car, I think, from upstairs, if we're not mistaken. We can throw
That's
that
that
up.
muddy rain I was telling you about.
Look at that.
And it was Willard, by the way, who actually had reported that.
Yeah, Willard Sharp.
Oh, that's gross.
Kicked up, yeah, all that dust that was kicked up. I mean, there were gusts in Colorado over triple digits, 105, 110 miles per hour in Colorado earlier today. They're in a drought out there as well, so it's not acid rain, it's muddy rain out there tonight. So
it looks like the high. I'm looking at wind gusts in Polk County. It looks like we did have a 75-mile-per-hour wind there at the Johnston area, near the National Weather Service area. So it packed a pretty good punch, especially northern side of the metro. Probably had the highest winds, but we had some damage reported here. And the outages will continue, and I'm afraid a lot of people are going to be without power for at least a day or two before they can get all that fixed.
yeah, and like we said, cold temperatures arriving, I mean, overnight, like quickly tonight. We're going to drop into the 20s in the metro, cooler than that to the north. And you remember 5 days ago we were talking about the first snowstorm of the year. We're back to the severe trend. Brandon?
There was a tweet from the Johnston Police Department that they are en route with the emergency operations crews to some damage in that area. We also have a crew that's headed that way. Hard to tell what it is, but they had several pictures of some damage in Johnston. We know that we had a tree that reportedly landed on a roof at a home in Clive. So even though much of the metro may have been spared from the worst of it, we got to keep in mind that there are still, what did we say, 45,000 people without power? 60,000 people without power. There's still a lot of people who won't have power tonight. Keep in mind, 60,000 people will not get their power restored in an hour. It's going to take a long time for those crews to get out there, and they have to wait until the storms clear out to do so safely. So just keep in mind that there are still some reports of damage coming out of the metro. And we also said that because it's dark and because it was storming, we may not have the full extent of the reports just yet. It'll take time for those to trickle in. Dave, you've got a zoomed-in look here at Lucas County. Is this, what are you looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, this is the one we were kind of watching earlier from Melcher, Dallas down to Sheraton, just looking if we see
Little bit of rotation.
a little bit in here. Yeah, down near Corydon, Millerton, northeast of Corydon. But I would say nothing like what we saw earlier.
Yeah, nothing alarming at this point. It's kind of a skinny little pockets of rotation, but nothing really wrapping itself up. But still some winds, and they have weakened. I mean, these storms continue to weaken as they should in the month of December in the middle of the night.
If you're in Pella, though, you are not experiencing a weakening storm right now.
That's a good storm there.
Yeah. You're kind of on,
there's a little notch south of Pella, too.
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to, we can pull up some pictures from Johnston Police Department of a little bit of the damage going on there. Public Works is en route to remove what looks to be a pretty big awning that's covering the roadway. This is Northwest 106th and
that's
Catalina.
the tweet we were referring.
Yeah. So that's covering the roadway right there. So Johnston did receive some damage from the strong gusts that rolled through recently. And I've also seen video on social media of the tornado we initially covered earlier today in Cass County. Looks like that was indeed a tornado near Atlantic. I'm not sure if it was exactly in town or outside of town, but there's video confirmation of that.
If anybody has pictures they want to send us and they can do it safely, they can send those to us, right? Do we have that to put up on the
right
screen?
Here. You can text weather to 515-457-1026, and we can show those on air and online.
Yeah, do it safely. Make sure the storms have passed your area. But, we still have the storms going through Newton, Brandon. And
I was just going to say, make sure that when you text us there, don't text us the word weather if you want us to share your photos. Text us the photos, because the word weather will send you to our forecast, which you can do that too, because that's great. But just make sure if you're going to text us that you include the photos.
Yes.
Taylor, were you going to add something, or did I?
No, that's all I had at this point. The strongest wind gust I've seen in central Iowa is at the Mason City Airport, 83 miles per hour, fairly recently. Locally, it's been the estimated 80-mile-per-hour gust up near Dallas Center.
Okay.
We just got a report, Clarinda gusted to 69 miles per hour. And they're obviously, that's post thunderstorms. Those are non-thunderstorm winds gusting close to 70 miles per hour.
It's coming in. It's coming in from the southwest, too. We have those outages now. It's still close to 60,000 for outages. It has gone up now in Jasper County, and Polk County is still running about 4,000 without. But, boy, some of these counties, it's about half or more of the customers are without power.
Yeah. Most of Greene counties, in particular, are without power. They have at least on this website, 4,800 customers tracked, and 3,200 of those are without power right now. So I think when we get when the dust settles here, we're going to find that Greene County and Guthrie County were hit awfully hard from this storm system, maybe more so than many of us. So
my wife texts me that we are without power in Ankeny.
okay, join the club.
We've added the club. Taylor's house, my house.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it'll take a while. We went through it with the derecho last year. It took a while for things to get restored. So have patience. Unfortunately, it is going to be a colder day tomorrow. So make sure you're bundled up if you are without power when you go to bed overnight tonight, because temperatures will be falling quickly tonight, down to the upper 20s and low 30s. I'll show you that real quickly here.
Yeah, if you are in that situation where you've lost power, maybe you're watching us on your computer or your phone, you'll want to shut some of those doors that you don't use. Some of those rooms you don't use, shut the doors. Try to keep the center part of the house warm as you can.
If you have a generator to keep the power on and the lights on in your house, do not run that indoors. Keep that generator outside of your home. Otherwise, you can get carbon monoxide poisoning. There were a lot of situations like that down in Texas last winter. So.
And if you put it in your garage, you still want to leave the garage door open a little bit to get the air in and out.
Correct.
Brandon, an update to the Johnston police tweet there. Sad that they responded and said it is the roof of the outdoor learning environment that Johnston High School students built.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that stinks. We don't know. I don't know a lot about that outdoor learning environment, but that sounds like a big project that high school students would have been working on, something they probably take a lot of pride in. So unfortunate there. Hopefully it's not horrible and they're able to repair that, but that is sad. And I believe we've got a crew headed to Johnston to see more about that. So sorry to hear that. And of course, we also have a crew headed for Baird and the Coon Rapids area where we've got reports of some home damage. Again, we don't know the extent of that right now, but it's something that we are going to continue watching. And hopefully we'll have an update by our 10 o'clock newscast on what's going on there.
All right, let's pull up Max 2 and kind of reset here where we stand. If you are west of I-35 or even along I-35, the severe threat appears to be done. That does include the city of Des Moines as things are winding down and as this is racing toward the east. Zooming into southern Iowa to start with, the strongest of this line currently moving through eastern parts of Marion County. It's exiting Lucas County, moving into Monroe County, moving into Appanoose County here shortly as well, exiting Wayne County there. So down the line here, Grinnell, Oskaloosa, Ottumwa, Albia, Centerville, it's going to be your turn to experience these strong wind gusts that could be 60 to 70 miles per hour as they roll through your locations. Up toward Newton, the strongest of those winds likely winding down. There is still some rain around the Des Moines metro. This is not severe related. Certainly some gusty winds are going to be possible here all the way through the rest of this evening, but just a quick downpour will be moving through Pleasant Hill, Altoona, and the southeast side of Des Moines here, and should be out of the metro pretty soon. That should be the last of the rain for the rest of this night. In Des Moines and Ames, you're probably going to be wrapped up with the rain here pretty soon as well.
About 67,000, the number without power right now, continues to go up, and you can see some of the harder hit areas, mainly north and west of the metro. There's still some outages though, even in Jasper County now, up to 1,500 there. Polk County is up to over 4,000 people, and Taylor and I are two of those people. So we are dealing with power outages, and we have some damage, and we're still, I believe a crew is on the way to the Baird.
You can all come to my house later. Power
thanks.
is on.
Okay.
But the Baird area, we're still looking into that. Did we call the sheriff or anybody or the?
I believe that Larissa, our reporter, has been in touch with the Guthrie County Sheriff. We don't know a whole lot because we assume that he's probably pretty busy right now. Stephanie, did you have an update on that?
They did give her the directions of where they think that the damage is concentrated. I think, I want to be clear that it's probably very early for everybody who's out there on the ground right now.
Yeah.
These damage reports that we're getting in, it's dark out. This just passed through, so we all have to be a little patient on that. But yes, the latest on that update, I received another message that there may be a house, quote, lost near Coon Rapids, which is, of course, close to Baird.
Yeah, very similar
Sheriff School
area.
District. So that seems like that area right there. That's where we're getting a lot of this.
And that is an area, probably, I think of the night, one of the most concerning radar rotations that we saw all through the night. One of the strongest velocity signatures. I remember calling out Baird and Guthrie County specifically. So hopefully we didn't have anything too significant there. But Stephanie, as you said, we had those reports.
I'd like to add, we have not heard any reports of injuries yet.
That's good
That
to
is
hear.
good.
We
Yeah.
have had property damage reports. We have not heard reports
Sure.
of injuries. I'm not saying there aren't any. We haven't heard of any yet. So
Right.
that's as of now, that's the good news.
Taylor, could you pull up that wind map again? Because you were showing current winds too, and it was the winds were really starting to gust. So these are the current winds. It's going to be a strong wind coming out of the southwest, wrapping around this low, and it's going to be 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds coming in.
If you look at the arrows on that map, Taylor's kind of zooming in, you
Yeah.
can see where that direction is shifting around the low, essentially right on the Iowa-Nebraska border now. That wind coming out of the northwest in Nebraska, South Dakota, eventually that will be us too. And yeah, it's going to feel really chilly first thing tomorrow morning. You will see these futurecast wind gusts by 10 p.m. tonight that could be in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour. That is why that high wind warning has been in effect since noon and will go through at least midnight for so many areas. In eastern Iowa, it goes even longer. This is by midnight tonight. We could still have gusts of 45 to 50 miles per hour. I don't really expect that the wind will start to subside until about 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And then even tomorrow morning, it'll still be breezy. It won't be 65 miles an hour, but it will be breezy and obviously very cold. And actually, as Taylor shows the entire setup here with the line of storms now moving into eastern Iowa, we've been mentioning, and this is something that, to be honest with you, I think maybe all of us have sort of neglected in our forecast a little bit just because it's sort of an afterthought. There could be a little bit of snow that wraps around in northwest Iowa tonight. I don't think it'll be anything too significant because of how quickly the low will pull away, but there might be some areas that wind up after all this is said and done with a tiny bit of snow falling too.
Yeah, I just got a report again from my wife. She's watching us on Facebook Live right now, so that's a way that people can watch us. So if you've lost power, know somebody that's lost power, they can continue to watch that and watch our coverage here. But things are winding down for the metro and central Iowa, thankfully, but we have had damage out there. Numerous reports of damage, winds over 70 up to 80 miles per hour, pretty much as expected. We had at least, I think, we can pull up the storm reports, but I think we had at least 5 or 6 tornadoes reported in Iowa.
Yeah, it looks like maybe even 7.
Maybe
when
7.
we include up there. I'll try to get all the.
Yeah.
Looks like our reporters
I know
getting close
two
to
or
that
3 in
scene.
Woodbury. I think 3 in Woodbury. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like 9 reports
Yeah.
in Iowa there. National Weather Service will go out and confirm these with
8 or 9.
damage surveys once
Yeah.
things settle down here over the coming days. So we'll get a final tally here before too long. Want to pass along a report for power poles leaning at 45-degree angles west of Jefferson along Highway 30. That was an area we were watching closely an hour or two ago for a potential tornado and at least some powerful winds around Greene County. So that is an area that has a lot of customers without power tonight.
And unfortunately, it's like insult to injury here because we're going to have these strong winds coming in behind the low.
Yeah.
So if those power lines are tipped over at 45, the next round of winds might do them in. I mean,
yeah.
potentially. I mean, we got a strong wind. It's going to be mostly a westerly wind or west-southwest wind coming in. So the direction earlier might have been more of a southerly wind. This will be more of a westerly wind.
Yeah, we have a photo from of tree damage in Knoxville. If you want to pop that up real quick, here we go. A little dark and a little hard to tell there. Trees collapsed and roofs damaged in Knoxville. So even east of I-35, as this system has weakened a touch, we're still getting the damaging wind gusts. Those of you in Ottumwa might be hearing sirens right now. That is for the threat for the straight line winds, not a tornado threat. That has been the case for many central Iowa communities tonight. So just to reiterate, you don't hear the sirens necessarily just because of potential tornado. They will issue those if there is a threat for some very strong wind gusts as well.
Let's pull up the radar again because, you were mentioning the sirens potentially sounding there in Wapello County. I don't want to neglect anybody who is south and east of Des Moines because obviously this threat is still very strong for you with the severe winds that you could be seeing in the southeastern sections of our region, Ottumwa down towards Oskaloosa, Centerville, and Taylor is going to zoom in on there. Like I said, I don't want any of these folks to feel left out. So from Albia to Oskaloosa down through Ottumwa, Bloomfield, and Centerville, you are in the path of those really strong winds, and they could still be about 60 to 70 miles per hour. I feel very confident in saying this line has weakened a little bit as it has pushed across the state, but this severe thunderstorm warning still goes until 8:15 tonight. There might be some small hail here. We haven't really had a whole lot of reports of hail out of this today, or if we did get hail, it was very small in most cases. But
I saw one report of 1-inch hail. That was it.
Okay, well, There it was. The winds could be up to 70 miles per hour here, and it looks like now they're starting to extend those severe thunderstorm warnings east of our area, but we still know that it's approaching Montezuma, Brooklyn, New Sharon, Oskaloosa down to Albia, and also to the north. Marshalltown, a community that is absolutely no stranger to severe weather and probably wishes that severe storms would never roll through again. We have probably some very torrential rain going on in Marshalltown right now. That'll be moving into Garwin and LeGrand here soon. Still some pretty strong winds through Gladbrook. And I imagine, even though we haven't pulled this up in a while, I imagine there's a ton of lightning here still. So a very intense storm, and we still want to make sure that we cover that up until, the point that it leaves.
Yeah, surprisingly, not a ton of
I was about
lightning
to
around
say, now you pull it up, that's not as much as I thought there might be, which also often gives us an indication that this storm is weakening, that the line is weakening. It doesn't always mean that, but typically, Taylor, when you see fewer and fewer lightning strikes, that shows us that this storm is starting to lose some of its juice. And if you look at what it looks like on radar in the beginning, it clearly looks a little more ragged.
They did reissue, or they did extend the warnings from our viewing area into Benton and Iowa counties there. So it's going to continue to march towards Cedar Rapids, it looks like.
We have a viewer photo from Indianola. There was some damage to a playground there. Wow. Yeah. So if you had a trampoline outside, even these playgrounds, you've anchored those to the ground, but even winds like this can topple those
Trampolines
over.
are like giant frisbees.
Yeah, I mean they're sails.
They are.
In this type of wind. So hopefully you took the precautions needed to get at least your lawn furniture and some of those loose items indoors before this strong wind came through. You'll be able to put those back outdoors tomorrow when the wind does at least get calmer. It will still be a breezy day on Thursday, but not to the extent that we have seen today. Coming up on 720 here, big picture. There is a tornado warning in southern Minnesota, but no tornado warnings in Iowa right now. This line is it's impressive. It stretches all the way down to much of Missouri. I'll pull up the big picture here real quick.
Pull up the NowRad.
Yeah.
So you can see, and there are warnings with that all the way down. So this is like a giant scorpion. Even the tail has some nastiness to it. So it is a strong area of low pressure. You can see it right here. The center of the low, the upper level low right here. So it's not really a winter storm. It's a spring storm. We had temperatures in the mid 70s today. We got to 74 in Des Moines, and 76 was the warmest in the state. So smashing all those records. So this low is responsible for that. Very powerful area of low pressure, and it's going to have the winds wrapping around like this. So we're going to have these very strong winds wrapping in, trying to feed this monster, this low pressure system. And again, this tail end has warnings all the way down into Missouri and Kansas. So they are seeing severe weather as well. The tornado threat seems to be diminishing, although they still had a warning up in Minnesota.
A couple of people are commenting that they're still hearing sirens in Polk County. Want to reiterate to you, the severe weather threat has ended in Polk County. I imagine those sirens will end here soon, but if you're still hearing that in Polk County or in Des Moines, Ankeny, that threat is over. Dave?
Yeah, I just got this from the Iowa State Patrol. Multi-semi crash at the mile marker 65. It's down in Cumming. So that's
just south
Warren,
side.
Yeah, it's Warren County. Yeah, I-35 southbound. Both lanes are blocked. That just came in 10 minutes ago. So even though it really wasn't as bad as it was out in Guthrie County, out to the west, including Greene County, still heavy winds, strong winds, heavy rains.
Yeah, Indianola, which is not far from there, they did report a wind of 70 miles per hour. So, it could have been a factor for sure in that area with the kind of a crosswind coming in.
We have another viewer photo to show real quick of a tree down on the north side of Des Moines.
Oh, wow.
There. Looks like damaged the fencing there a little bit. Hopefully it dodged the house. But I'm sure there are going to be a lot of people cleaning up limbs like that over the next few days.
I think there's going to be some talks about, is this a derecho? Does this meet the qualifications? We can assess that at a later date. The Storm Prediction Center has their certain criteria. It has to extend for 250 miles. Those damaging winds, they have to be gust at or over severe limits, which is over 58 miles per hour for most of its length. And there have to be several well-separated 65 mile per hour gusts. Brad, it's not really a matter of us to discuss that right now, but
Because people were asking, is this going to be like what we had before? And it's not.
No.
It's a different animal altogether, although it has similar repercussions. It's not the same type of a storm system. This is still December. It's not, we had enough fuel to get these storms going, but they're not self-sustaining. Remember that derecho, it went from basically Nebraska to Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It went a long time. This started in Nebraska, and it'll probably get into eastern Iowa, but it is weakening.
Yeah, I think both, and I think that's kind of a grammatical thing of a derecho. Okay, it meets all three of these criteria, but like we just said, they're clearly different events and different strengths. Here is that video that we pulled up, I-35 at coming on I-35 southbound. Those are live pictures, 7:23 now. So both lanes are blocked, Brad.
Yeah, so people, it really, if you don't need to go out, you shouldn't really go out because you're still going to be dealing with high winds, even if you're driving out there, and you'll run into problems like this. You might have a tree that's blocking your road or damage. So definitely issues out there that you'll encounter that you wouldn't expect. One thing we don't have to worry about is flooding, but that's about the only thing.
Yeah, flooding and hail were the two, I guess, least factors with this storm. But even though the tornado threat seems largely over, at least for now, as the storms move out of the viewing area. Still severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the state, down from Atumwa to Centerville, all the way up north to Mason City to Rochester, Minnesota.
Yeah, when these storms clear Atumwa, guys, then that'll be out of our viewing area. So
a couple of recent reports, 60-mile-per-hour gust measured in Pella, and then an estimated 70-mile-per-hour gusts in Oskaloosa. Reports of some power flashes there as well. So power. Whenever we say power flash, that means it's when you get a little spark on the electrical lines.
Yeah,
and
probably
80,000
knocked out.
Yeah, 80,000 customers now without power. That doesn't. So that's customers. So that could be more like 100, 150,000 people that are without power. Those are just obviously those paying customers without power. Because if you're tracking 1.5 million customers, that's obviously not the total population of the state. So we have 80,000 power outages and much more people that are actually being affected by that. Some of these numbers: 1,600 customers without power in Hamilton County. Greene County, as we discussed earlier, was kind of the hardest hit one for this, especially, I think, percentage-wise. 67% of customers in Greene County are without power. Boone County, 2,600 without power. Brandon?
Another report of issues with semis. 2 semis tipped over just to the east of Grinnell. That was from the Iowa DOT there in Poweshiek County. So we are still seeing strong enough winds that we're having semi problems in many different communities. I do want to kind of tell you where we are when it comes to these warnings, because there are still folks who are commenting on our social media saying, give us another heads up on what's going on, because people are still wanting to know, of course, because they're in the eastern side of our area and we don't want to neglect them. Let's talk about where this line is. Let's put a pause on it right now, Dave, and show everybody that we still have severe thunderstorm warnings that extend from the Minnesota border down to the Missouri border. Cities like Atumwa still haven't seen the storms arrive in their area. That's going to be moving in here very soon. Highway 34. It's a very thin line, this storm. It's not very wide at all, but that's moving through Albia right now, Moravia down to Centerville. That'll be moving into Atumwa and Hedrick very soon. Oskaloosa is about to get hammered with some pretty heavy rainfall and gusty winds. And then, of course, there's the northern side of this too, where we could go up to the north and show that now it's going to start clearing out of Marshalltown. So here's where that really intense wind is, and also some pretty intense reflectivity there just south of I-80, south of Brooklyn. That's right over the Montezuma area. It extends all the way to Toledo and Tama. And then it goes even farther north of that, Traer and Gladbrook, Grundy Center, all the way up through Parkersburg. And of course, this is moving out of Iowa Falls and Eldora. So the worst of it is ending up along Highway 65, and it's now shifting east there, but still pretty heavy rainfall in Marshall County, Marshalltown.
And we are going to, I got the final word on this. We are going to wrap up our coverage at 7:30, and we will continue to run the crawl after that.
I think as we're getting ready to wrap up, we do have Mary live there in Johnston.
Good.
If we could go to Mary for just a minute and get a report as to what you're seeing there in Johnston. We know there was some damage. Mary, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, Brandon, what we're seeing right now, this is just outside of Johnston High School, and I apologize for the loud wind that you're hearing here, but what we have behind us here is what's left of a learning shelter that was put in here, outdoor learning experience shelter. It's actually just had its ribbon cutting in October, but what I can show you is that it actually wasn't here to begin with. It was actually across the road. With the wind, it blew it. You can see this power light, or this light here, got pushed by it, and it actually ended up in the road, and some crews were able to move it here where you see it standing behind me here. But again, this is just basically an outdoor learning shelter. We know that it was designed and built by some of the students here at Johnston. It was blocking traffic here. This is Northwest 106 and Catalina. Right now, the traffic has been back open with this moved off to the side, guys.
Mary, that is just tough to see because, like you said, they just had the ribbon cutting in October. A good project for the high school, for the community. Awful to see, Mary. Thank you. Be safe out there. We will continue to follow what's going on with the damage in Johnston in all of our communities at 10 o'clock tonight on Local 5, also at 9 o'clock over on Channel 23. A reminder for you, too, that we have a crew headed out towards Bayard and Coon Rapids, and we'll keep an eye on damage there. I know we're getting ready to wrap up our coverage here in just a few minutes. Remember, you can always keep up to date at weareiowa.com, on our We Are Iowa app, and of course here at 9 o'clock on Channel 23 and 10 o'clock on Local 5.
That's right, Brandon. So we're watching these thunderstorms. We still have pockets of severe weather. These are starting to move out of the viewing area right there in the Montezuma area right now. Further on down to the south, Oskaloosa seeing some severe weather potentially coming in through Centerville, a little bit of a bow echo there. And these will be coming into the southeastern portion of our viewing area. It looks like winds up to 70 miles per hour is still possible. We still plan to wrap up our coverage at 7 o'clock. We'll continue to broadcast again on Facebook or on our web service live. And we will also we will talk about thunderstorms in the newscast that we were telling you about 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock to give you a recap of all the damage that's happened. But these thunderstorms will continue to move east here. I think the latest movement was still up to 70 miles per hour. We've got about 30 seconds left, guys.
Yeah, I think the severe threat shifting east for the night, tornado threat, luckily kind of ended right as the storms were kind of approaching central Iowa. But like Brad said, we're back at 9 o'clock on the CW23, Brad.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for watching. It's been 3 hours of wall-to-wall coverage here at Local 5. I hope we kept you safe and continue to watch Local 5. We'll have an update for you at 9 and 10.